Then Commander Lockhart, Walters, and Furneaux on the second ship. First ship Sirius, second ship Vega, Hubble, land on Venus, and return.
5, 3, and 3, Sirius, return, 5, leaving, 10, 1 of 6 must remain, that 1 shall be.
Lunar Station 7, this is Command Ship Vega. Command Ship Vega.
Like a radar, then the message comes.
What's up, folks? Anybody that hears this or anybody's watching, thank you for joining. Today, I had the opportunity to have a conversation with Stan Gordon. Stan Gordon is this renowned UFO Bigfoot researcher for over 65 years of experience doing it. Let's see. So Stan, he's got a website called stangordon.info, in which he takes reports, in particular in the Pennsylvania area, of anything that's pertaining to anomalous events, like having encounters with different types of cryptids, Bigfoot, UFOs, etc. So he's quite well known. He's famous. He has been on Coast to Coast. He's been on all sorts of shows. His latest book is Creepy Cryptids. And he's got other books and DVDs. He's got like Astonishing Encounters, his book. A DVD set, his Ketchberg, Untold Story. Really Mysterious Pennsylvania. Another one of his books, and Silent Invasion. The Pennsylvania UFO Bigfoot case book. And this is very interesting conversation we had having. I had to first I had to get a subscription to Zoom. Apparently, you can't do it without a subscription. So, if you want to interview somebody, so that took a while. He's patient with me to figuring that out. I thought you could hack it, but the hacking process didn't work. So let's see what else is going on here. So what I had to do is, after the interview, I had to chop it up into 10-minute sections. This is it's a little over 2 hours, the conversation we had. Actually, we could have done it longer, but the guy, he's 20 years older than me and has a heck of a lot more stamina than I have. So I had to use the restroom twice during that. So anyways, it was good. I think you'll enjoy it. His premises, and he's been saying this for a long time, that we're dealing with interdimensional, something interdimensional. So when it comes to UFOs, aliens, Bigfoot, all these other cryptids, and he gives some persuasive arguments for that. So, yeah, any of those who are interested, don't forget to leave a comment and the chat section, say hi. And so I won't be talking very much like this. I might say something every 10 minutes or so, but you'll be listening to this. The audio should be good. I had to, with StreamYard, you can't just like download or upload a 2-hour video. You have to chop it up into 10-minute sections. So, but I think it'd be worth your listen. And Stan really, although he's not an experiencer or had encounters like I have had, he still knows the stuff. So give him a chance. I think you'll really enjoy it. So with that, let's start out with the beginning of it. Let's see. How do we do this? Mark said no. Well, this, folks, is the first time I've actually interviewed somebody via Zoom, so it's been a bit of an issue. So on my end. But this is Michael H. Adams, the Lord of O.R.D, Fortean Digital Shaman, and I'm with a legend, Stan Gordon. Thank you for joining me, Stan.
Thanks for having me on your program.
Yeah, it's a real privilege on my part. You kind of helped me because I told you a little bit as far as in the email that I've actually had my own encounters, right? I've actually had
Yes, you did.
And sightings, and I've had it's been a strange 7 years. You know, it's interesting, Stan, you've been doing this for 65 years now, researching this stuff?
It's going on 65 years this year. Yep, and surprising to most people, I've interviewed thousands of witnesses. I've seen a lot of evidence over the years. I've never personally had a Bigfoot or UFO sighting.
Isn't that interesting? Now, mine's the complete opposite. So in 2017, my goal was to prove that the Bigfoot and all that was just like a government psyop and just more BS, right? And within 6 months, I'm standing next to a Crow Indian medicine man, and literally we saw 2 of them 30 yards away, and one crawled up and got as close as 15 feet in front of our grill. Believe it or not. And if you don't believe it, I don't blame it, because I still don't believe it. And that was the
I
beginning.
can just tell you, I have interviewed. Go ahead, you're cutting out on me.
No, it's probably just me moving around. So go ahead, Sam.
No, I was just going to say, I've interviewed hundreds of Bigfoot witnesses, including many last year here in Pennsylvania. I'm in Pennsylvania. I do mainly in PA cases, but I get calls from all over the country. And over the many years that I've been investigating Bigfoot sightings, I mean, we've had amazing close-range incidents 5, 10, 20 feet away from people. And in the last year, we've had cases where these things have been 40, 50 feet away from people in daylight. So it's not that surprising to me to hear that.
It's weird how this works, isn't it? You know, here's a guy, you spent all this time and put all this and never, I mean, it sounds like you might have had something close to maybe an encounter, but you can't definitely say for sure, right?
Well, I can tell you, and again, a lot of this is historical. There's a lot of detail I can give you, but it takes time because a lot of these are detailed bits of information. But back, I should give you a little bit of background. I worked in the electronics field all my life, and I've been interested in UFOs and Bigfoot and strange things since I was a 10-year-old kid in 1959. And my hotline's been open since 1969, taking calls from the public. I get email and phone reports constantly coming in about everything from UFO sightings to cryptid reports. And in 1970, I founded the first of 3 volunteer research groups that investigate these incidents for many, many years. The groups no longer exist, but when I had them, and the first group was founded in 1970, the group was kind of unique. Most people involved were specialists. We had scientists, engineers, technicians, police officers, former military personnel, who all volunteered their time to go out in the field with me to investigate these cases. And by 1973, I had set up to investigate cases across Pennsylvania. And in 1973, first we had the biggest UFO wave ever documented, with hundreds of UFO sightings all year long. Many of the newspapers in the state were picking up these reports as well. And then in the summer of 1973 is when we had the biggest outbreak of Bigfoot sightings ever documented anywhere in the world. That went on for months into 1974. Many of those were daylight reports, sometimes multiple creatures. In many cases, my teams would be on the scene of an incident sometimes within minutes to hours after they occurred. That's why we could document these cases so well. And that is when, during that time period, that some very strange incidents came to our attention that began to make me realize that Bigfoot was much stranger than some type of unknown primate. There was something else much more involved. We had a lot of amazing cases, which I wrote in my Solid Invasion book in great detail. And those incidents have been occurring ever since. And I can just tell you, when I started in this investigating Bigfoot in the 1960s, I was convinced at that point that Bigfoot was an unknown species, something that science had never was able to confirm. But the data that I have now is that we're dealing with something that has a physical and a non-physical component to it. They come and they go. They're here and they're gone. Leave evidence of time. For lack of a better term, I'll call it interdimensional, which is why there's no bodies.
You know, when I had my first encounter, that's not my first sighting, by the way. I don't know. And this is so bizarre, Stan. It all happened in the middle of my town. Now, I live in Sylvania, Ohio, on the border of Michigan, on the suburbs of Toledo, right? And on the edge of the farm country and that kind of stuff, right? And
yeah,
what happened was I next, I'm like in the middle of my town in a cemetery in a ravine that had a tree that was broken, and literally leaves were still on it. It was still alive, right? And I mean, it was when it was broken, and there was no storms or anything like that. There's a big oak tree too, and I couldn't wrap my arms around the girth of the width of the tree. Right, it was broke about 5.5 to 6 feet high, right? And on the other side of that broken down tree that was running parallel across this ravine, we saw 2 of them. And then what happened, because I don't want to go into great detail of my story, but what happened was that next thing you know, we saw 2 of them pop up the Crow Indian medicine man, he did a a howl thing that people do, right? And then they both pop up, and then the next thing you know, the one that was on the left just was now on our side of the ravine, just like that. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear any branches move or leaves move. I didn't hear the thump of it would have jumped over it. I didn't hear a crawl thing. It's just like it went right through the tree. Have you heard anything like that before?
Oh, I have heard so many unusual accounts. I started writing about this back in the 1970s. Now these kind of reports are going on all over the country and around the world. There is a lot of very strange elements to the Bigfoot report. I have a lecture I've been doing called Strange Aspects of Elusive Bigfoot, and we get into a lot of things about Bigfoot that people are not aware of. Or in some cases, I think a lot of researchers would rather just dismiss it and not discuss it, which I found that out was happening back in the 1970s. And now it's going on in many, many parts of the country and around the world as well. One of the first things that was very unusual during that 1973 outbreak, again, some of my teams would get on the scene within minutes. Back in those days, as this was going on, Lucky and my team was already in existence, a lot of the public, of course, you got to remember, there's no internet or no cell phones like today. So people would call the police departments and the news media. Well, we were getting a lot of referrals from law enforcement and news media at that time. So we would get out some of these locations very quickly, all year round under different weather conditions, including snow. And here we would find trails of these very large, unusual footprints with very big strides that would go with this and then just abruptly stop and end when there should have been more tracks.
Right.
And there was no way under the conditions we found that could have been fabricated. Well, that's been going on all over the country now for years, that type of thing. That was one of the first things that was very, very unusual. And then we began to have a pattern. We would have a UFO sighting in a certain area within minutes to hours or days later, we'd have a Bigfoot sighting or vice versa. And then we had some of those incredible reports with a Bigfoot and UFO seen together at the same time and place. And again, it's so strange and it's so unusual. There is so much to this that people are unaware of, and I'm sure we'll get into some of this today. But yes, I've heard the stories about these things going into a tree. I've heard reports from other researchers telling me that there's reports of, as strange as it sounds, a Bigfoot changing into a tree. These small balls of light that people have been seeing for years, that these balls of light have changed to other life forms. One of the first cases we had in 1973 that was very strange during that outbreak, this was north of Pittsburgh, September 73, when you had two witnesses waiting for a friend to pick them up out in the country. They see the 7-8 foot tall Bigfoot with white hair running across the road, but in one of its hand is carrying a small glowing ball of light. A short time later, this object came across the sky, projected a beam of light down into the woods where the creature ran into. That was one of the first reports we had like that.
Well, I've seen video that looks like that, looks like an entity carrying a orb, a ball of light, and the guys that I've been interacting with who are also doing research, the one guy shared me an image of some kind of entity. I mean, it doesn't look like the classic Bigfoot, but it has like a orb, like it's right in its chest that they filmed. There's a lot of stuff out there if you could. Stan, you were the guy that 6 years ago, as I first discovered you about 6 years ago, about a year after I had my encounters, right? I was interacting with people like M.K. Davis in the beginning, right? But then I heard you, and you said something about interdimensional beings, and then it clicked for me 6 years ago. I said, I'm not going crazy. I really did see something that no one else was talking about. Why do you think that there's such a large portion of the Bigfoot community that's afraid to talk this way or talk about this stuff or has an issue with it?
Well, again, going back to the 1970s, when I began to uncover these things, I began to make contact with the well-known names in the Bigfoot field back in those days in the United States and around the world. And I was publishing and talking about some of these strange things were showing up. And what I found was from so many of these people was they had also heard these type of reports and they were aware of it, but they were reluctant to publish or write about it because they didn't want to be laughed at by their peers. And my position was, look, This is what we're finding. It's well documented. There is something happening here. I don't understand it. I don't have the answers, but I'm not going to sweep it under the rug and pretend it didn't happen. So over all these years, I've been doing this, and now more and more people in the Bigfoot field are beginning to at least indicate that they're aware of these. They've seen things out there. You're seeing a lot of this more now in the last few years. You're hearing more radio shows, podcasts, TV shows beginning to talk about this now. And I think more and more people in the field who are at least open-minded are beginning to realize that it doesn't make sense. All these years of sightings all over the world of Bigfoot-type creatures, and yet nobody's ever come up with a body.
That's right. Nobody has they? It's quite amazing. Did you know John A. Keel?
I did not. I'm aware of a lot of these names. I have not been in contact with everybody, but I have with quite a lot of people.
Okay, because I just want, because he was one of those guys that was talking this way as well, way back then, back in the 60s and the 70s. I think Ivan T. Sanderson as well talked about that as well. And but it just, what I'd like to do is start talking to folks like you who've been around the block a few times, that have done the research and have actually willing to talk openly about this stuff, because I'm not one of those. I've been talking to people that are like really in the woo-woo side, or turning it into a cult. The cult, I call it the religion of Bigfoot. You probably know what I'm talking about, right? And then there's the other side of people that are just like all about, because they have nothing but footprints, they just go after every hoaxer that's out there, which is fascinating that there's so many hoaxers involved in all this as well. You know, let's go more into this stuff. So, you know, one of the things too, after I had my first encounter, I also had my first sighting of a UFO in quotes, right? About a week later, which you brought that up too. I heard you saying that same thing, that it was quite common, but it's hard to find anybody in my life that has this experience, and it's been dominating my life, Stan. It really has. It's been one of those things. Is like, how do I trying to have some resolutions, right? I'm sure you heard this numerous times.
Oh yeah, and I've interviewed people here just in the last week from around the country have called me, who've been quite shaken. They've had some of these people have had experiences. They were very young. They want to know if they're the only ones. And you know, I say this on a lot of interviews. I said, if I took 10 people like this who I'm in touch with, who are from many other states, many other areas, have no way of knowing about each other, put them in separate rooms, have them write down 10 different experiences they've had. When you brought them out and you read them, you would think it's almost the same person. There's a lot of patterns and similarities to it. And remind me to go back into that again. I will. But let me just give you a couple. I'll try to give you a briefer accounts of a couple cases that I have no doubt were authentic cases. And these are the cases that give us some hints of what's going on. And when you hear me talking about these UFO Bigfoot encounters, I am not suggesting that Bigfoot is a passenger, for example, in a spacecraft from another planet. That's not what I'm saying, because we don't know for sure what these unknown objects are that people see in the skies. I've said for years there's likely more than one origin to the unknown category of the UFO, or as the government now calls them, UAP mystery. And I think maybe a small percentage now might be extraterrestrial, but I think more and more we're dealing with something that has a physical and non-physical component to it. Just like many of the UFO sightings I have, hearing about some of these on the news, of even large solid objects, low level, even in daylight, that suddenly fade away and vanish. They suddenly appear and disappear. In some cases, they change complete physical form. And of course, they're doing maneuvers unlike any type of aircraft we had. It's very similar to what we have found out now about Bigfoot. And I've also found with some other types of cryptids being reported. It is so complex. It is so bizarre. Whatever we're dealing with is far beyond our present scientific understanding, and nobody has the answers of what's going on. But let me go back a little bit in history, and I'll make this as brief as I can, because these are detailed reports, but important.
Take all your time. Stan, take all the time you want. If I have to make this a 2, 3, or 4-part series, I definitely will do it, because it's worth it. So take all the time you want, sir. So.
Okay, so going back to that event in 1973, here's kind of a synopsis of what was going on. So first, you have all these UFO reports, and then you had that massive Bigfoot outbreak. And then you begin to see these reports come in from widespread areas where people had no way of knowing back in those days what other people were reporting. So you have the Bigfoot's UFO sightings, the Bigfoot sightings. You got the tracks we're looking at. They go for distance and they're suddenly gone, which made no sense. And then people in widespread areas, miles apart, are telling us that in daylight they're seeing these large, hairy creatures not that far away from them that suddenly vanish and seconds later reappear at a little further away distance.
Mm-hmm.
That was showing up. And as time go on, it gets stranger and stranger.
Mm-hmm.
But the case that really stands out was an incident happened October 25th, 1973, up in Fayette County, PA, in southwest PA, which is probably one of the most active areas in the country for UFO creature sightings, Bigfoot sightings, every year, including last year, which there was an amazing amount of activity in Pennsylvania. And I wrote a big report, which is on my website, that people can look at. But anyhow, so there was a lot of these type reports. And anyhow, I lost my trend of thought. So anyhow, all these incidents are going on. It was October 25th, 1973. I get a call from a state trooper from the state police barracks in Uniontown. He just came back from investigating this incident, and he said, "Can you get a team up here as soon as you can? I think there's still a good chance of something up on the farm." So what I found out was that about 9 p.m., about 15 people in that rural community, they observed this huge kind of barn-sized sphere, red in color, about 100 feet off the ground, hovering and slowly beginning to move downward. And anyhow, I focused the story on a farmer's son who was coming up to visit his family, owned the farm. He would be the adult. And he sees the object and people standing outside watching this thing. So he goes to a neighbor's house, which had a better view over to his dad's pasture. And there were two young boys there, and they're watching this thing, and it looked like it's going to land on his dad's farm. They decide they want to go over and see what this thing is. So they stop over his dad's farm, and the son grabs a 30-06 and a handful of ammunition. He didn't know at that time, but he had 2 tracer bullets in that ammunition that he put in his pocket. And of course, those that hunt out there know when you fire those that type of ammunition, you just got that luminous trail with the tracers. Anyhow, as they're riding down the farm road, the dogs in the area are just making a lot of noise. They hear this high-pitched whining noise and these baby crying sounds. And they make their way up towards the area where the pasture is. They angle their vehicle with the headlights on so they can see their path going up the hill. But they're noticing it looks like something's draining the power from the headlights that they had never experienced before. As they start walking up to the top of the hill and they get to the top, they're amazed because about 250 feet away, this object was now landed on the ground in the pasture or right above it. But it was no longer a complete sphere. It was a big white dome, like a half a sphere, again, about 100 feet in diameter, making that whining noise, illuminating the area. They're standing there in amazement, trying to figure out what this thing is. But soon after, they are amazed to see about 75 feet away these 2 huge hair-covered Bigfoot-like creatures walking along the fence line in their direction. The one in front is about 8 feet tall. The one behind is about 7 feet tall. They're kind of stooped over. They have very long, dark, matted hair hanging off the body. They have what appears to be no neck. The eyes are large, about the size of 50 centimeters, and they're glowing luminous green. The arms are so long, they're hanging below the knees almost to the ground. And one boy was so frightened he ran out of the field. The other boy yells, "Shoot him, shoot him." Well, the guy fires his first shot over their head, which was a tracer bullet. He fires that tracer bullet, there's no response. Interestingly, when he fires that second tracer, the largest of the 2 creatures reaches out with one of its hands as though to grab at that tracer. It makes that whining noise. The moment it does that, that huge luminous object in the field vanishes. So we're not saying accelerates and takes off from the ground. It just vanishes and it disappears. And the sound stops. Most of the luminosity is gone. The creatures turn around, start walking back along the barbed wire fence towards the woods. At that point, this guy has his 30-06 loaded with live ammo. He's firing right into him. And until he passed away, he said, I'll never forget that thing with his glowing green eyes staring at me as I'm pumping live ammo into it with no effect on it whatsoever. So he and the boy at that point were frightened, and they ran back to the vehicle, went to the farmhouse, told the family what happened, took it to the neighbors, and called the state police. 45 minutes later, the trooper shows up, said, I'm here to investigate the incident. The witness said, just forget about it. You're going to think I'm crazy. Trooper said, look, we had a report of 2 of these things up on the mountain the night before. I have to investigate the report. So they go up in the patrol car to the area where the object was reportedly on the ground. And the trooper told me when they arrived on scene, the area was self-luminescent and glowing, about 100 feet or more in diameter. He said the farm animals would not go into it. And he told me, he said, if I had a newspaper, I'm certain I could have stooped down and read the newspaper from the light coming off the glow. I was also told that after that happened, they went back to the state police barracks. Both the trooper and the witness were taken to 2 separate rooms. They were separately interviewed, and then they called me to send my team up. That's the short part of the story. We were up there, I believe, the whole night, almost the whole night, the early morning hours. What entailed was one of the strangest things that ever happened, which we do not have time to get into. I wrote the whole thing up in my Silent Invasion book. I can just tell you that was the case that convinced myself and some of the serious team members I had in my group who were pretty skeptical that Bigfoot was much stranger than anything we had ever realized. So that was one case. But it was another case that convinced me that we're dealing with something that is not a physical creature. And if you want me to relay that one to you, I will.
Absolutely. And by the way, my son's Budgie, Shaggy, seems to really like your voice. Just so you know, if you hear the bird in the background.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
I've never,
okay,
never
here,
chirps like this, but here we go. Seb, please tell us about the story.
Okay, so the other count was during this wave of activity that continued in '74. This is February 6, 1974, way up in the mountains here in southwest Pennsylvania. So here was a woman that lived in the mountains all her life. She had a little cabin home. She knew animals very well. She was a very good shot. And she was sitting there that evening watching TV as a normal evening. Suddenly, she began to hear this commotion on her little front porch. She had some empty soda cans out there, pop cans. Someone was knocking the pop cans around. Well, I remember her telling me that I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks before, she had a pack of wild dogs coming through. So she figured, I bet those dogs are back. So she thought, you know what? I'll just grab my 16-gauge double-barrel shotgun. I'll load one chamber. I'll go out on the porch and fire over their head and scare those dogs away. So she proceeds to do that. She loads her shotgun. She loads one chamber. She walks up to the front door. She hits the switch to turn on the outside porch light. She steps out, but there's no dogs there. 6 feet in front of her is a 7-foot-tall, hair-covered Bigfoot. As soon as she turned the light on, it put its arm straight up over its head. What did she do? She pulls the trigger. She said there's this bright flash of light, like a flash on a camera, and that huge hair-covered creature vanishes in front of her. But there's more to the story, too. So her in-laws lived 100 feet away, and they heard the gunshot, and they called her to ask her what she was shooting at, and she tried to explain it to him. Well, her son-in-law grabs a sidearm, and he starts walking down that dark road towards her home, and apparently at some point he encountered 4 or 5 hairy people with eyes like coals of fire, starting shooting at him randomly. And it was around that time that a large luminous object, they said like a big Christmas ornament, was hovering over the trees at the same time. That's when they called the state police for help. Well, some of your listeners will probably remember the time period. So it's February 6, 1974. There was a big national strike going on, trucker strike going on around the country. There was gas rationing. A lot of people remember the gas rationing, and there was some violence on the highways across the country. So in Pennsylvania, the state police and National Guard were patrolling together. So when this report came in, you had some members of both units that responded to this scene. Because of the gas shortage, I couldn't get any gas in my town until early the next morning when my team went up to that location. I was able to interview the primary police investigator, and he said, by the time they got up there and found the place, everything was over. But he said the witnesses were very sincere. They were positively frightened. They gave detailed accounts of what happened. But he said what convinced him was the animal reactions that he saw. Now, I told you I've never seen a Bigfoot myself, but I have many times, getting to the scene of an incident soon after it happened, have seen the animal reactions. So even the most ferocious large dogs, when they're close to these Bigfoot creatures, in many cases, they're just paralyzed in fear. They won't bark, they don't move, they shake, they cower. Sometimes people tell us, even the last couple of years, that these things may not eat properly for 2 or 3 days later. That's what happened up there. They had several big dogs and other farm animals, all which were visibly disturbed, not carrying on their normal activity. And when they arrived, the dogs wouldn't make a sound. When I got up there the next morning, all the dogs are barking, everything was back to normal. That was the case, among others, that convinced me that we're dealing with something, again, that has a physical and a non-physical aspect to it.
It's interesting, too. My first encounter, like I said, my first encounter that year. Afterwards, not only did I see a UFO for the first time, I started urinating and peeing blood. Have you heard anything like that before?
No, that is not. I can tell you that is not that common. But there's other effects that have been common. Many hunters, outdoorsmen, people just walking through woods. And by the way, there have been more and more Bigfoot encounters, not just in woods and forested areas, but in more populated areas near larger towns. That's been going on more and more as well. And but some of the things have been reported just top of my head. Some of these hunters have been out in these areas for years, and there was always a lot of nature sounds, a lot of the normal life, the birds, toads, whatever they were hearing, the different sounds. As things happened, everything got very, very quiet prior to their experiences. In a lot of cases, not in all cases. Some of these people and hunters, and I talked to somebody who had an experience like this a couple months ago, a hunter in the afternoon out in this area, who had the most overwhelming fear that they have ever experienced in their life, and ran from the woods. And this has been reported many times. There's various physiological effects have been reported with both. Well, we'll get into that with some of the Bigfoot stuff. Supposedly, when these things, people were very close to these creatures, it is very strange and unusual, let me tell you.
Sure the hell is. Stan, I'm 56 years old. This all started happening when I was 49. And prior to that, I didn't believe in any of this stuff. I was never even interested in it, right? My background is in environmental science and management ecology. I work for environmental consulting firms. And I also was in something called greenscaping, working with developers to preserve as much of the parcel of land that they were developing or to restore it. So it's designing nature trails, boardwalks, bogs, all that kind of stuff, right? So I have a background in that, right, and outdoors. And I never experienced any of that stuff, Stan, until I started focusing on it. Have you ever heard anything like that before?
Yes, I have, to the degree. Here's what I found out. And again, it's complicated. Again, having talked to thousands of witnesses, literally, Bigfoot, UFO witnesses, hundreds of Bigfoot and cryptid witnesses, what I found out is that you can be in the right place at the right time and just have an encounter with a Bigfoot, a cryptid, or a UFO sighting. That's very common. That's very typical. But then there's another group of people. And some of these people I've been in touch with now for well over 40.
Okay, I'm going to take a little break. If I can remember, I think it was part 3. Like I said, this is an interview I did with Stan Gordon earlier today on Zoom, and I had to chop it up into pieces in order for you guys to hear it tonight. A couple of pieces of business. The first thing is, hopefully, if things work out, Saturday, W.T. Watson, author of a Forced Poltergeist, it is. Yes, it is, the Forced Poltergeist. And he will be joining us. I think MT Paranormal Life, Mike, will be joining us as well. A lot we talked about earlier. I have to establish that. Hopefully, another thing, George Hansen, hopefully he'll be with me next week sometime. He had a book that he wrote a while back called The Tricksters, and the paranormal. And if I got that right. And if I didn't get it right, I'll check it out. It's either Trickster Spirit and Paranormal or Trickster Spirit. I'm so bad. Anyways, it's an excellent book, by the way. And one of the things he talks about is structure, anti-structure. And what that refers to is the fact that a lot of times when you have these major flaps or outbreaks of like UFO sightings or Bigfoot sightings, there's something that happens, something major like war, or like what he brought up was the gas shortage, right? The fuel shortage that was going on in the 70s, and it was put a lot of stress on the nation. And there seems to be a correlation whenever there's some kind of major life change in our with us, that maybe moving to a new home, getting a new job, a divorce, all sorts of things. There seems to be an uptick or a ramp in paranormal or just strange happenings, right? And coincidences, and there seems to be an increase as well during the time of sightings. And if I'm not mistaken, and to carry on, I think Stan even mentions that the past 4 years there actually has been a bit of an uptick in sightings as well. We know what's been going on in the past 4 years and all the stress that put on us, right? And one more thing I want to talk about is because this costs me a lot of money to do this, and I hate to be a beggar about stuff. And for those who are offended, I apologize. But if you guys could donate anything to the cause so that I can, have the time to talk to people like Stan Gordon and others, or T.W. Watson, or George Hansen. Hopefully, Henry Franzoni will be with me next Saturday, or 2 Saturdays from now. And that would be an excellent conversation and interview. So you can go to PayPal or Cash App and just look up Michael Adams, O.R.D. 3, and whatever, 5, 10, whatever, you can help, because it all adds up. And I'm a single father, and I'm struggling with many issues. So, on a personal note as well, I'm hoping, it's not quite there yet, but I'm hoping to get an athletic wheelchair. And if I can get that, then I'm going to start exercising, and I'm hoping I can use the wheelchair to actually get a job, because the electric one that I have it's pretty good for like little outings or going grocery shopping, but it is, and the reason why I need a wheelchair, by the way, folks, is I have MS, so it's progressively getting worse. That's one of the reasons why I'm limiting my research outdoors and that kind of stuff. So I'm hoping that will happen. So wish me luck on that one, because then I can get that. I can still walk. I still have to use a walker. I still can, but for short distances. And I want to strengthen myself up. I have a 12-and-a-half-year-old son that I need to start thinking about. Unfortunately, because of this stuff, there's no money in it. So there's like 1 out of like 100 makes any kind of money that does this, right? Most of us, we just dump in more and more money, hoping they're going to get an answer to all this stuff. And unfortunately, we don't. So, but anyways, I don't know if you saw that again. It's reduced as Michael Adams, PayPal, O.R.D. 3, and I know it's just donations. And if you can't afford it, you can find PayPal or Cash App, whatever. It all adds up, So if you can help to counter up some of the debt that it is just to do this stuff, and that would be very nice of you, that's for sure. But not necessary, as always, as everyone else says. So I think we're on, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 3A. So let's get back into the interview. It's an excellent interview. It gets even better, believe it or not.
Some years. A lot of these are educated people, hold high positions. Some are just normal people, live normal lives. None of these people know each other. And in some cases, in a lot of cases, a lot of these people from the time they were very young children, 4, 5, 6 years old, they began to have UFO experiences, paranormal encounters, cryptid encounters later in life. Sometimes other people are with them. One person, I've been in touch with her for years and years. Later, her children began to have these experiences, and now her grandchildren. That's very, very common. In other cases, somebody later in life has a very close encounter with somebody along this line, and after that, they begin to experience other incidents as well. And that's something that's been very, very common. I deal with these things all the time.
I'm one of them. So, and I never expected the high strangeness and the paranormal aspect to all this stuff either, you know. I never was that person is ever interested in ghosts or scary stories, or, you know what I mean? It never was me. And all of a sudden I'm having this stuff, and there's a lot of synchronicity and a lot of just real bizarre stuff. You know, my second, so I've heard like the samurai chatter as well once. But I remember one, well, this is a great one example. So in October of 2017, I was taking out the garbage, and my neighbor, I live in a quadplex. I live in the daddy place, right? And and I got some credible people in this quadplex, and had shared experiences with me. Later on, if I have time, I'll share the story of my second major encounter, in which my neighbor upstairs, who just retired from the Air Force Reserves and still works for the Air Force Base here, right? Credible guy, right? He ended up sharing in that experience. But this gal, me and her were taking out the garbage, right? And as we're talking, we hear this thing that people were talking about, samurai chatter. Now, this is to the due east of us, a lot close to where the railroad tracks were, on the other side of our neighbor's property, right? We both look over there, and she goes, "What was that?" Well, I wasn't thinking quite at the time. I said, "No, they're boogers." She goes, "What's boogers?" "I think they're Bigfoot." It's a Bigfoot. And she's proceeded to share some interesting stories that she's experienced as well. But we walked over to where that voice was, right? There was nothing there, Stan. There was nothing. There was no sign of a Bigfoot, yet we both heard it. I mean,
and again, I've heard this many, many times. Here's what I found out about vocalizations, especially back in the 70s and ever since. As strange as it sounds, these creatures seem to have the ability to mimic any kind of sound, including human sounds. They commonly, we knew about, make a sound like a woman in pain screaming, a baby crying, a high-pitched whistle, or very heavy. So learned even back then that they could mimic almost anything, including human sounds. And over the years, in more recent years, we're hearing reports of sounds that sound something like huge, oversized owls, and also monkey chatter. So that's been going on more and more.
Interesting. And it makes you wonder, like this my son's bird never chirps, right? It's quiet as be. Stan, you and I finally get a chance to talk, and what is it doing the whole time in the background? How much does it actually influence other things around us, our environment, manipulating the environment? I mean, you know, I'm going to be interviewing T.W. Watson. He just wrote a book, Poltergeist Force, right? Or Force Poltergeist, excuse me, sorry. And he'll be Saturday. And a lot of what we're experiencing mimics poltergeist activity. What's your take on that?
Well, again, the more I know about what's going on, the stranger it is. I can tell you one, I truly believe there's an energy connection to all of it. What I talked about years ago was the fact that many close-range, low-level UFO sightings and many encounters with Bigfoot and other cryptids often occur in the vicinity of high-energy sources. So you have many sightings around high-tension power lines, power plants, cell phone, communication towers, gas wells, gas lines, bodies of water, goes on and on and on. There's an energy connection to it.
How about quarries or cemeteries?
We do get some reports around those kind of areas as well.
Okay.
And even around Native American areas of petroglyphs, burial grounds, we get those on occasion as well.
Okay. So what are we dealing with, Stan? Give me the answer, please. I know you can't, but I really wish somebody so I could have some resolution to this, Duckus, I can move on with my life.
Listen, this is why I believe there's so much secrecy from the government concerning the UFO phenomenon. If you've been watching Skinwalker Ranch, the different series, people are aware that the government had an interest in what was going on there through the Defense Intelligence Agency. They were aware that there was some relationship between the small orbs of light, the UFO sightings, the strange creatures being seen on those properties. That's what I was dealing with here in the early 1970s and ever since. And again, it's going all over the country. So here's the thing. You can have a Bigfoot sighting, a UFO sighting anywhere. But here's the interesting thing I've been finding. There are certain geographical locations and certain properties here in Pennsylvania and now all over the country where this phenomenon, whatever it is, it focuses on for whatever reason. So you have some case, you have a lot of history of apparitions, paranormal phenomena, UFOs, Bigfoot, cryptids, unusual footprints, balls of light below the ground, other anomalistic events that go on year after year. There's another one in these areas now. We've been aware of some for a number of years here in Pennsylvania, especially up along the Chestnut Ridge area in southwest Pennsylvania. It's up in Fayette County, Westmoreland County. But Fayette, again, very, very active. There's one area that in the last couple of years it was just known about in the last couple of years. And it is very active. I understand incidents just in the last couple of weeks. Some very strange things were ongoing up there again. And this is what's going on. So when you have this activity, here's something else a lot of people don't know. Sometimes when you have this activity taking place in these locations, sometimes there's more than one cryptid being seen. And one of the things that keeps showing up is not exactly a cryptid, but it's more of an out-of-place animal, which are black panther sightings. So when we talk about black panther sightings, we're talking about black leopards or black jaguars, not common in this part of the world. They've been seen all over this part of the country where they are not supposed to exist, in Pennsylvania, in West Virginia, I'm sure in Ohio, and neighboring states, and many other areas as well. They see them year after year. I interviewed a hunter several months ago here in Southwest PA who in the afternoon had an encounter, a very good close encounter with a black panther. He, like so many others, used to laugh at those stories until he saw it himself. And that's the same thing. When I'm dealing with people which call me all the time, I get reports by email and phone constantly. And so many of these people, and a lot of these are very credible people with some important positions, who never believed these reports, used to laugh at them. A lot of hunters I've interviewed who encountered these things, and their lives were dramatically changed. I mean, a lot of them, they just could not, and they still could not handle the fact that they saw something that's not supposed to exist. And that's amazing. So getting back to the Black Panthers, we've had incidents where things like this have been ongoing. So again, I'm finding similarities with these different reports, with the Bigfoot that disappear, the UFOs that change physical form, the Bigfoot, many reports of Bigfoot, quite often, yes, look physically solid, especially at close range. But then many other reports of these creatures that are not always solid looking, sometimes more misty or foggy, sometimes part of the bodies, they can see through it or it's out of focus. Reports of these things not only running amazingly fast with huge strides, but in some cases appearing to either float or glide right above the ground. There's a lot of things like this that myself and other researchers around the country are hearing about now. And then the other patterns for years, and now it's going on all over the country, is in areas that you have a lot of history of Bigfoot sightings. Researchers and witnesses are seeing these small orbs or small spheres of light coming out of the woods, and in some cases, even in the last recent years, are coming within feet of people. And these balls of light, I've been aware of them since the 1960s. I've been calling them mini UFOs for years. But they range in size from the smallest, about size of oversized fireflies, to about a foot or two in diameter, somewhere around the size of a golf ball or baseball. They're generally spherical, but there's some variations in that. Generally spherical, and they're bright spheres of bright colors. Interestingly, in many reports, even though they're very bright, they don't emit any surrounding light, which is kind of interesting too. And in other cases, I've had over the years where these things have pursued vehicles. I've had them enter people's homes and cars through open windows. I've had them tap on people's living room windows, then move away when they're seen. And in the last few years, 2021, let me get my years turned. I believe it was 2022, actually, we had the biggest surge of these incidents in Pennsylvania we've ever seen historically. Incidents where these things were coming up in daylight within a few feet of people. And in some instances, which I can tell you, where these things actually, in the last year, have been appearing inside of people's homes at very close range. Very, very intriguing what's going on. But this pattern with the areas where there's a lot of Bigfoot history and these globes of light coming out, there's a definite correlation there as well.
It sure is. I don't know where to go with this because there's so many things. Like I filmed stuff that people consider to be orbs in the middle of the day. I filmed them around my yard. You know, one of the things is, if you heard much, so one thing I noticed from documenting last fall, and I don't do as much field research as many people do because I have a life, you know what I mean? I have a son and I have things to do. I don't want to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah.
But when I get motivated, like this fall, I was motivated to just film around my neighborhood and my backyard. And one of the things I noticed about these orbs, in quotes, these balls of energy or light or whatever they are, is that they seem to at times consolidate or get up to, you know, form something that people call, like, is it ectomist or ectoplasma? Is that what it's called? And they form kind of these shapes and misty things. And what I've been doing with because I have a really nice camera, P900, right? And what I do is about every 8 seconds, I take a picture with a flash, and there'll be nothing, then there'll be an orb, there'll be something really bright. You can start to tell the difference between dust particle and whatever. And next thing you know, there'll be a whole bunch of something. Like they all just appeared, like they all just got together and formed this kind of misty kind of thing that sometimes looks serpentine, almost like human-like at times. Almost like it's like presenting a show to me. It's almost like they know what we're up to. It's almost like, you know, I'm sure you've heard of the trickster spirit idea, which hopefully George Hansen. Hopefully he'll be joining me next week. You probably heard of the book, maybe you haven't, The Trickster Spirit and Paranormal. And he did a great book on research on that as well. But I mean, what's your take on that? And do you think they're playing us, or at least paying attention to us?
Well, first of all, you know, I try to do this scientifically. I've been involved with many people in the engineering and science fields for years, investigating, and we always look at everything. And you've got to understand, quite often, these reports that people submit, they're credible people, they're telling the truth. But even though the reports sound initially unusual, quite often when you investigate, especially with UFO reports, many are misidentification of natural or man-made object. Right. Even with Bigfoot, there's a misidentification of bear, of hunters in camouflage suits and large shaggy dogs, things like that. But so many of the cases we have are very detailed, close-range observation where they're seeing great detail and description of what these things are doing and their activities. So a lot of these cases are not explainable away. But with the orbs of light and electronics and electronics being involved, sometimes there are technical things that occur within the camera that can produce some very strange effects, especially in a lot of the security cameras. We get a lot of them in. They're very, very similar, but some of the different cameras out there, they can produce these very strange orb-like moving objects, but there's a reason for it. And some of the things coming in, there's different ways we can explain what's being seen. But then there's other ones that are really interesting we can't easily explain away. So you can go both ways. But I can tell you, here's another fascinating thing that's been going on more and more in recent years. People are having very close-range observations of low-level, large, what appear to be solid objects in the sky. But there's also been incidents where people have attempted, for example, even with high-tech night vision equipment, to try to video some of the small spheres of light in the woods are coming closer. In many cases we're hearing now, there are people are attempting to take pictures with their phone cameras that are fully charged, and as soon as they aim and start recording on the video, the camera malfunctions. In some cases, the battery completely drained the power in a very quick time, or there's other malfunctions where the video did not record, or even the still picture. That's been going on more and more. So that's really interesting. You got these EM effects involved in these various cases with both UFOs and Bigfoot. And I can give you other instances as well for both cases. But also what I started to tell you about with the Black Panthers. And again, there's similarities with the objects physically changing form, appearing, disappearing, the Bigfoot doing the same type of thing. So here's the Black Panther story for you. This goes back to February 1983, I believe it was. Very cold morning up in the mountains. This guy's coming home. His car's overheating. Pulls into his driveway and into the garage, and he goes and get a can of antifreeze. He comes out and he starts putting antifreeze in the car. A few minutes later, he hears this loud growl behind him. Turns around to look. About 20 feet away is this large black house cat sitting there growling at him. Well, out there in the country, there's cats roaming around. He goes back to putting more antifreeze in the car. A few minutes later, he hears a louder growl. He turns around to look, and he couldn't believe it. That big house cat has now physically grown to twice its size, and it's sitting there just ferociously growling at him. So he throws the antifreeze can at it and hits it, then growls louder. It starts walking outside along the road up there that's well illuminated. He runs in his house for his pistol. He comes out a few minutes later and he said, I couldn't believe what I was seeing now. He said, that big cat now has physically changed, and it looks like an animal I saw in the zoo, like a big black panther, but has glowing yellow eyes, and it's just sitting there and just growling at me. He took a shot at it. He didn't know if he hit it. Moments later, it physically vanished right in front of him. And that was it.
Now, did he say that he noticed like any facial expressions on this panther when it was growling? You know?
He didn't. He was far enough away. He probably noticed that. I think it was just pay attention to the whole creature. But he just said it was making loud growls at him and had glowing yellow eyes.
So we have glowing balls, basically, eyes, right? So we have sound effects, and we have something that's almost shadowy, almost. I mean, probably had a hard time really making out any kind of detail about the fur or anything like that, huh?
Well, he described in great detail about how long the body was, the very long bushy tail that was almost as long as the body. Gave a very detailed account of what it looked like. And he said, I know what I saw was an animal we call black panther, like I saw in the zoo.
Right. So I'm not questioning that because it reminds me that going back to my first encounter with the pro-Indian medicine man, when that Bigfoot was crawling up the ravine and got 15 in front of us. It was massive. It was jet black. It was blacker than any black that I ever seen in my life, right? And this is just now, it just turned, it was just dusk, right? So it just got dark. It was so black, and I never seen anything like it. And it also shimmered like it had electricity running through it. Now, the first encounter.
Yeah, now really there close. You go. Now, explain that shimmering again. I want to hear that story.
So it seems like every hair on it was pointed up and it was shimmering, and there was like electrical glow that you would have, or an aura that you might see around an electrical power line or something like that. And like it was emitting electricity. Mind you, I told you earlier too that after that encounter, for about a week I was urinating blood. And the thing, once again, I did when it was crawling up the ravine on all fours. It was, think of it like a chameleon, how it crawls, or a frog, right? Some people talk about spider crawl, but what I experienced is more like a chameleon or a frog. Steady, slowly, deliberately as it was going up. Massive, everything that as far as the outline of the thing, everything was people say a Bigfoot is, right? The broad shoulders, the huge arms, the huge legs, they're massive. The thing had to be well over 9 feet, based from what I figure out. And but I could he here's another part of this Fortean journey, right? So the Crow Indian medicine man, who went by the name Crow, by the way, he said that he saw the eye shine. I couldn't see it. We were literally only a couple of feet from each other as we're standing on the edge of that ravine. He could see the eye shine, I couldn't.
Okay.
But what I saw was how the body was shimmering like there was electricity running through it, like static electricity.
And once again, that's what I was mentioning to earlier. We're getting these reports where the creatures appear to be more misty, foggy, shimmery looking. That's something that's been going on more and more with some of these. Right.
But Stan, it was solid at the same time. It was solid. It was like solid.
Yeah, well, we've had both. We've had both being reported. Right. That's not uncommon. And even though we're not hearing physiological effects like you're reporting there, with some of these balls of light, I recommend to people, if you see them, do not get close to them. I've had no serious physiological effects, but let me just tell you what happened. This would have been, we're in the 24 now, 23. I believe this was in 2022, when lots of these O.R.D reports were coming in. So the one report was one of my research associates, Jim Brown up in Fayette County, was a very high-tech guy with a lot of good experience. He's investigated a number of these incidents up there. Anyhow, this was 6 o'clock in the morning in October. This fella had his robe on and slippers. It was very cold that morning. His wife finds him sound asleep on the porch, which he would never do. When she finally awakened him, which she had a heck of a time waking him up, he said he was walking out to the newspaper box with a pair just been delivered at eye level, just a few feet in front of him, with this small white sphere of light. When he got close to it, he said he got so tired he couldn't stay awake and immediately fell asleep on the porch. So 3 days later, about 40 miles away, outside of Ligonier, way up in the mountains. So once again, that this area is close to the edge of the Chestnut Ridge in that area. Then there you have a little spacing, and then you go into the Laurel Ridge, which also has a lot of history of weird things, especially up around the Ligonier area. Anyhow, it's around 2:30 in the morning. This woman awakens to go to the restroom. She has one of these old historical homes with a high ceiling. She comes out of the restroom, and I believe it was 5 feet away in her living room. Here's this dark blue, about 2 foot in diameter sphere of light with some kind of a dark mass moving inside of it, hovering in her living room a little bit over her head. She remembered taking one step towards it. She felt like a slight electrical jolt. And then she said all of a sudden she got so tired, she immediately had to run into the room to go to sleep. The next day she felt very weak and very sickly, and she told me, I'm an insomniac. I don't fall asleep like that. There was no explanation why she would fall asleep right after seeing that thing. So there were 2 reports like that within days of each other.
Interesting. Is there any kind of health effects afterwards? Did you hear from her?
No, we have not had that. As far as I know, neither one had any health effects since then that I'm aware of.
I just wonder about radiation poisoning. If there's anything similar to that, with people having that kind of close. I know I've heard something like that, and I've heard all sorts of weird things. I can't believe how weird this whole journey is. So listen, I was never interested in UFOs, right? Never. I saw my first one that I consider a UFO, and I'm not going to talk about today. In 2017. Then I saw another one in 2019. It was one of those white orb-like things in the sky that did a 90-degree turn and just took off, right? But the one that happened this last year in February of 2023, I want to talk to you about. This is during this time period when there's alleged Chinese balloons were being shot down and all that kind of stuff, right? And February 11th is a member of the day. I will never forget the evening, because I was just getting ready. An hour before, I was supposed to interview Tex from Texas front porch. He's somebody that does what we do, right? Bigfoot researcher, the paranormal, that kind of stuff, right? So he has his own show. And so I was getting ready for that, but I was in the kitchen washing dishes, and I was looking out my window, right? Looking out the west. And I remember it because it was like 8 o'clock at night. And next thing you know, I see this above the trees, this like streak of light. But like first I thought, what is that? Is that like a meteor or something like that? Or what is that? but the streak, it was like liquid metal. It was like aluminum or lead when it's heated up in liquid, right? It's liquefied, and it made this streak that stayed a very long time in the sky. It lit up the top of the trees, the top of the neighbors' houses. And I'm like, what the heck's going? What am I looking? Is this one of these things that because that previous weekend, right? That there was a report of the Air Force shooting down one of those Chinese balloons over Lake Michigan, right? And I live literally on the border of Michigan, Ohio, and then 14 miles due west of the western basin of Lake Erie, right? It's a straight shot. So, and this thing was following that course. So I finally was able to get my camera and get out with my back and try to take some pictures. And I did. It was not much. I did take some, but the problem, the trees were in the way, that kind of stuff, right? And that line, that liquid, it looked like liquid metal, really, and it's slowly kind of dissipated, fell apart, maybe like something you might see in a fireworks kind of display, the little sparks as they go away. And I go and I go towards my car to have a better position, and I look to the east of my house, the place I live, the quadplex, and there's this orange ball, like globe, floating, and it wasn't floating like some kind of balloon or sporadically. It was steady and had a very mild pulse to it, right, as it was going due east towards Lake Michigan or Lake Erie, excuse me. And I tried to take some pictures. It was like the moon. You know how the moon looks a lot bigger, and then you start to try to picture with your camera, your cell phone, it looks much smaller. Except when I took the pictures, there was nothing there, but I saw it as clear as day. Have you heard anything about this kind of this like streak through the sky type of thing, liquid metal type of thing? I know you talked about. I've heard you talk about like craft kind of looking like they're made out of liquid metal. But have you heard anything like that, what I just described?
Not that commonly, but yeah, I've heard those things over the years. They're not that common, but I've also heard of a lot of different luminous phenomena that's being seen in some of these areas where there's a lot of history of Bigfoot sightings and UFOs from different people. And we're not having any odd weather conditions. We always check that would account for these type of things. So we're hearing that. But I can tell you in February of 2023, so last year, there was a lot of activity going on here in Pennsylvania. And I'm just looking through some of the reports I have here. I've got a couple of different files I'm looking at. And there was some very odd, I'm gonna tell you about two of the reports from February of 83.
Okay.
So this was early February, around 1:30 in the morning. The woman's awake and looks out the window, sees a solid, bright white ball of light about the size of a basketball, moving steadily about 8 feet from the window and about 7 to 8 feet above the ground. Object was moving between the side of the house and the front porch, moved steadily past the window. It continued to move past the yard and driveway, began to rise higher into the sky and over the roof of the neighbor's home till it moved out over the mountain. But then here's another one. Listen to this one. This is really fascinating. This is up in Fayette County again. This is the kind of things people never hear about. This is February 24th. My research associate, Jim Brown, investigated. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. This fellow went outside. I know he was smoking or what he was for a cigarette. Went on his patio, observed a bright ball of light hovering over the trees in the distance. The object was moving slowly forward and backward. A beam of light emitted from the object down into the trees. The beam was moving around the trees below as though searching for something. Seconds later, the beam was directed towards him. According to Jim's report, the man was temporarily blinded by illumination from the beam. He felt heat like that from an infrared heat lamp on his face and arms. He soon had his vision restored, and the warm effect also stopped. However, the object and beam were also gone. Jim stayed in touch with a witness who reported no lasting visual problems, and the marks went away off his body. That's just an example of some reports from February of 83.
Now, Stan, I just did an interview with a gentleman. It's not his real name, but he goes by Mojo, and he has this YouTube channel, Who Took My Mojo. Now, he's an O.R.D. I'll take a little break here. We're about an hour into the interview. A couple things. Shout out to Diesel in New Jersey. Thank you for your comments. Raptor Crazy, thank you for your comment. And Sovereign Cosmic Wildman, thank you for your comment. Those who are listening, don't forget to say hello in the chat. This is an interview I did earlier today on Zoom with Stan Gordon. A couple corrections, usually with me and my speech problems and my memory, and it's kind of like forgetting how to your friend's name or your son's name. I always calling people the wrong name. Same thing happens with books. Anyways, it's The Trickster and the Paranormal by George P. Hansen. And I kept saying it's Trickster Spirit, so I want to correct that. My apologies. So, and hopefully he will be joining me at some point. And if he doesn't, I still recommend that you pay attention to his book and that you learn about some of his insights. One more time, I am looking for any kind of donations to help pay for this stuff, to keep it going. And I would like you to either do it to PayPal or Cash App. Look for Michael Adams, O.R.D. 3 for both. So please, if you have anything, you can help out, because it's very expensive doing this. And I'm sorry if I'm shilling, but I'm an illin, So let's get back into this. Is there anything else that I missed? I don't know. Anyways, it's a fascinating interview in my book. Here we go. Oh, yeah, and then I was going to say something else. So, anyways, we're now going to talk about this. There is if you check out the live that we did with Who Took My Mojo, the show that me and JT, Sasquatch Confessions, did along with him. It was an excellent show. It could have been better. There's some technical problems, but outside of that, this is what I'm talking about with Mojo and the things that he filmed, and it correlates with what, kind of at least, with what Stan Jordan is talking about here. So, or Stan Gordon, excuse me. This is the YouTube channel, Who Took My Mojo. Now, he's in Oregon, and he filmed exactly what you're talking about. I think we're damn well close to it. And the video that we did in the interview, we go over that video, and we're talking about the beams of light, how he got hit by the beams of light, how it was in the trees on the other side of a creek. And it's quite spectacular, actually. It's one of the best things I've ever seen. Yeah, I mean, if you're interested, I'll email you that and you can look at it, but it's fantastic what you're talking about. It's like these beams of light coming out of it. It's like this kind of like a craft. It was almost, he calls it his take on things. Of course, everyone's guessing, right? This is part of the problem with this whole place that we live in, Stan. There's a problem here. If you think about it, right? Why is this so confused? Why is there no definitive answers? What are we really dealing with? But anyways, his take is that these craft might be biological in nature. And when you're watching this thing,
and again, that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say that goes all back to old theories that some of these things are atmospheric life forms. Who knows? Or some of these other things are some type of life form we don't understand. But at the same time, I'm not so sure that would explain a lot of the incidents we've been dealing with. It's something much more complex, and sometimes there is physical evidence left at the scene as well. And again, these EM effects with the camera malfunction, I've even found cases, for example, I've interviewed people where right after, let's say, a cryptid encounter, they had full functioning camera equipment, it was working fine. There was physical evidence left, let's say tracks. They went over to take pictures of the physical evidence, and the camera would malfunction. But as soon as they left the scene, the camera worked fine again. That's no problem. Yeah, I wanted to mention to you, too, because we've only talked about basically Bigfoot, and we mentioned Black Panthers, there are many other type of cryptid creatures that I've investigated in Pennsylvania for years. I've written about these in my books. And there's so many other cases I work on all the time. Even this year we had reports. And they range anywhere from the giant thunderbird sightings of these huge flying creatures with similar but various descriptions to these winged humanoids to this very skinny, hairless humanoid creature has been seen for several years in Pennsylvania and now across the country. All kind of reports. The whole thing is this. You could not possibly have so many type of unknown species of odd creatures being seen that science has never confirmed. It's impossible. But at the same time, you have so many credible people who have seen these things at close range, giving us similar details that you can't dismiss these reports. There's nothing else that makes any sense except the fact that we're dealing with something which we do not understand yet, that under certain conditions, these creatures, these objects, they come into our reality. They can look physical at times, they can leave evidence at times, and then they're gone. They come and they go, they're here and they're gone. We just don't understand what we're dealing with yet.
Shape-shifting thing that's going on that many different other cultures talked about in the past, and maybe we just, because of a modern Western, scientific mindset, we just materialistic mindset. We just
I talked to another researcher recently. It told me about interviewing a witness out of state. I guess I don't know how long ago it was, who said this thing was right in front of him, and suddenly this solid-looking creature began to pixelize, like you see a pixelization on a computer, and it just vanished right in front of him. I mean, these are the kind of things that are going on more and more. We're hearing from so many people, and there have been some very good books written about this now in the last 2 years. So it's starting to come out now because so many people in the Bigfoot field are beginning to question themselves about what the reality of Bigfoot is. People are seeing something out there. Many hunters are seeing them and other people, but it's just so strange and unusual. And I think they're beginning to realize that there's something else out there that we don't understand that we're all dealing with.
Yeah. Now, my second major encounter in 2017, I remember that it was December the 17th, 2017. And it's going to kind of go along with what you're saying here. And interesting enough, this is in my backyard. I was taking my son to karate practice, right? And he already got in the car. I was halfway from our back door to the car, and I swear to God, and this stuff makes you think that you're crazy, to be honest with you. And I just, but hey, listen, I know I'm not, because I shared the experience with other people the next 3 days. So what happened was something that this time it appeared and it literally just manifested. It's almost like it came out of a tree. There's an old silver maple on the corner of the eastern side of our driveway there. And it just manifested. This time it seemed or appeared to be like 10 feet in front of me, right? This time I was able to see the facial features of it and the upper torso, but I don't recall seeing the arms and legs. It just manifested. It's just, it was dramatic and shocking, and it was really very disturbing what happened. I was like, and I had to get my son to the karate practice, right? And I was like, am I just dreaming? What the hell? And then the next 3 days, it was the strangest 3 days of my life, high strangeness. At the time, I was a hardcore Christian and all that kind of stuff. And I called up a lady, but Dr. Erica Shefford, and she's known in the internet world for her deliverance stuff and all that. This is how bad it was. It got really bad. But day 3, there's a number 3 again. For some reason, that's involved in all this stuff. Maybe not. I don't know. But it was like a very disturbing 3 days. I was so disturbed. I was sleeping in the same bed with my son because I was worried about him, right? 3 in the morning, I woken up by something running around on my porch, right? I'm listening to run around my porch. And I'm cutting out a whole lot of stuff that I went through for those 3 days. But I get up. I'm so exhausted from what I've gone through for 3 days, right? And I get so freaking raging mad for everything I go through. I start f-bombing it and screaming at it. And this thing, you can hear it. It's like starts freaking out, knocking over stuff, going back and forth. Right. This is sometime after 3. Now, my buddy who works at the air base and has been with like to just retired with the Air Force Reserves and all that kind of stuff. And he's a solid man, solid guy, right? He pulls in with his pickup truck about sometime between 3:20, 3:30. And he sees this really dark figure, because I found out the next day because I asked him. But because what happens, I was coming out, he was leaving to work, I was with my son, and he asked me how I'm doing. I said, his name was Mike as well. I said, Mike, there's been really weird stuff going on in my life in the past 3 days. Have you seen anything weird? And he said, yeah, man. When I pulled into our driveway, I saw this really big dude, super tall. Nothing about Bigfoot with him, right? There's nothing, he doesn't even believe in it, right? But he said, this is the biggest dude I ever seen. It was like in a black hoodie in our backyard. And he's watching them as this super big dude in a black hoodie is walking away, going north. And he gets back in his car and he says, what the hell is somebody doing in our backyard at 3:30 in the morning, right? So he drives around and looks for him. He says it was just like it vanished. Now he can't accept the fact, I don't think, at least we've neither one of it, ironically, we're really good friends, but neither one of us have enough guts to actually have the conversation, right? If he thinks it's a Bigfoot or not, right? I think, some people, you just know it's better not to do it. But he saw the thing. I heard the thing. My son was affected by this stuff for 3 days. Now, since that time, and it was a weird thing. Since that time, I haven't had any of that. Really, that 3 days we talk about that dread and fear. I never felt any more dread and fear. Like my first encounter, ironically enough, I was so shocked I didn't feel anything. I was actually more concerned about the dude next to me and the combination of things. Like it was time to go, right, and get out of the place, because I was visualizing all the things that possibly could happen. And that first encounter lasted like more than just a few seconds. It lasted several minutes, by the way. But this third encounter was so dramatic, so life shocking, so disturbing. And I just wonder how much of it is my part, especially maybe because I was really reading the Bible and really into this. Because at the time, I believe it or not, even though I had a scientific background, I was starting to believe these things were all like demons, monsters. But now I'm starting to wonder how much of this is even, if it's just like a freaking light show for us. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just a presentation.
Oh, I can tell you, for all the years I've been hearing this, and more recent years, I've heard many very similar accounts of what you just told me. And it's not uncommon. A lot of strange activity seems to occur around 3 or 3:30 in the morning for whatever reason, of different type of anomalous reports. And even the rogue figures, sometimes they'll show up in some cases as well. And people talk about, some people have these experiences of talking about various entities have appeared by their bed or in their rooms at night. But I've had many people tell me that they're riding down the road and suddenly, out of nowhere, this huge Bigfoot creature, or sometimes other entities, some which are like floating, gliding entities, float right across the road, right in front of their vehicle, and suddenly they're just gone. They appeared, they saw it, and it was gone, just like watching a Predator movie. So we keep hearing these kind of reports coming in.
It's just a head scratcher, isn't it? I mean, I know it's all conjecture and speculation, but after 65 years, you might have, at least a handful of different options. Now, one of the things is, I just interviewed another guy from New York. He's up in New York, and he was filming stuff in New York City. He no longer is New York City, but of course, that the area and all that, with the river, the Hudson River, and all that. That he was filming. And we went over as well these images of these they're like plasma, like balls. He's filming the stuff in the sky, right? And they're morphing and they're changing. at first glance, you're thinking, oh, that's just a bunch of balloons, until you start really paying attention to what's going on and how they're emitting like energy. They're like these different types of lights, how they're morphing and turning and everything from like multiple balls into like a big one, different shapes, shape shifting, that kind of thing, like blobs of plasma or something like that. Have you heard anything like that?
Oh yeah, we've heard all these things for years from different people, and I can tell you, there's been a lot of activity. Now I don't know exactly where this location is, but I can tell you up in the Pennsylvania-New York border, especially in the wooded areas, we're hearing a lot of reports of things like this going on with Bigfoot activity, the strange screams, the balls of light, the UFO stuff. It's been going on more and more in recent years. And I'm telling you, this stuff is happening more. It's not something that's a rarity anymore. This is very, very common. I've been giving lectures to the public since I was out of high school in the late 1960s. I've done a lot in the last year, and I can tell you almost everywhere I've gone to, people come up to me afterwards. A lot of them contact me later privately because they wanted to tell me about experiences they had recently or in the past and never reported to anybody. And there's so many consistencies in the reports, and everybody is saying the same thing. I never would believe it till I saw it. I know I'm not crazy, but it's something that you would think you're crazy because how do you talk to anybody about these type of things? And that's what's going on. I mean, just in the last month, the people I've talked to, and their experience are just amazing, and people are having a very difficult time dealing with it.
Yeah, and that's what we need, people like you who've been around the block a few times to talk to us and reassure us that maybe we're not going crazy. I'm not saying there's not some there's some pretty whacked out people that I've met too as well, you know what I mean, in this journey. And what I mean by that is when they turn this into like a religious event, you know what I mean, and this new age, like for whether it's, the ufology, all the different cults that come out of it, and the same thing's going on in Bigfootery. All right, this new age kind of like,
well,
Bigfoot is like some kind of demigod or like it's not.
The most of the people I talk to are just regular people, men, women, and children from all walks of life, all type of backgrounds. I talk to a lot of first responders, police officers, a lot of educated people who, again, would never believe these things until they saw it themselves. For many, their lives were changed, and some are reporting things that are just so amazing, so unbelievable. And the details that people give me are so similar. There's patterns to it. That's what I look for. And I'm telling you, I have no doubt that a lot of these people are telling me the truth to the best of their ability.
Yeah, I do as well. I think there's a lot of people who are experiencing just like me. Now I'm going to ask you, if it's all right, Stan, just some questions, and it's not intended to be insulting to you. A lot of these questions are going to ask you. I'm not saying I even believe in, right? But there's people that I've talked to and I've interviewed in the course of my journey here. And if it's all right with you, and some of these questions are going to be absolutely absurd, but I think it's important, especially for those who listen to my show and my different channels, that they understand that there's some things that have been shared on my show that there's people can take this way too far, right? If you know what I mean. I'm just interacting with the people in the ufology and Bigfoot. There's people out there. I'm not taking about the average person who's had an encounter. I'm talking to the people that have shows and are trying to promote themselves and create their little cult. But have you ever heard it ever? This guy is claiming that that the people are coming out saying that they're Sasquatch has like flying spacecraft. Have you heard anybody ever say that they actually have a fleet of spacecraft, or that anything like that? I know it sounds strange.
Who has a fleet of spacecraft?
Yeah, I know. I know.
I didn't hear your whole question. Something about a fleet of spacecraft.
Yeah, Sasquatch. Yeah. You ever heard anything like that?
No, I've never heard that. No, I have never heard that before. And once again, as I keep saying, the reports I'm talking about, I am not suggesting it's Sasquatch or Bigfoot is extraterrestrial and is connected with spacecraft from another planet. That's not the evidence I'm seeing. I'm seeing that we're going with something that appears to be physical and non-physical both, And for lack of a better term, I'll call it interdimensional. But no, that is not something, be honest, I never heard that till just now.
Well, that's what I wanted to bring it up, because this is a guy that's been around. And he says, "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah," and I'm like, "Well, I got to ask Stan, because Stan's been around. If anybody has heard such a story, he'd be him." Now, there's another question that brought up, is that or statement, that claim. What's a claim that, like he says, in South America, or the Southern Hemisphere, I think he changed it to Southern Hemisphere, that 50% of all abductions are from Sasquatch and UFOs. Have you heard anything even close to that? Have you ever heard any story which somebody claimed that they were abducted by a Bigfoot or Sasquatch and taken into a spacecraft, and in order to have like their eggs harvested and have hybrids made of? Have you heard anything like that? I'm being
Not
sincere.
with Bigfoot, no. No, I have not heard those kind of reports. They're not common whatsoever. The cases I work on, that is not common whatsoever. And you know, over the many years I've been doing this, it's going on 65 years. And I've heard a lot of strange stories over the years. And some of them are interesting, but there's no way to verify these type of reports. And what you're talking about, something I rarely have ever even heard brought up. And but I can tell you, the cases I worked on, it's just nothing that shows up like that, period.
Right. So, you know, you heard the extreme extent of my personal experience, but these are people that I interview, and they claim that they've had encounters, have had these communications, these, you know, and I'm just like, you know, at one point, Stan, where's the cutting line with this? Because it's strange enough as it is.
Well,
right?
I can't.
And where do you say enough's enough? You know what I mean?
Well, you know, I can't comment on other people's cases because, one, I don't know the details about these reports. I haven't talked to these people. I'm not familiar about what you asked me. I'm just not familiar with. But if you're talking about cases where people claim to have had telepathic communication with Bigfoot, I am somewhat familiar with those reports. Right.
And I know people as well they claim that that's happening as well. What have you heard about that?
Well, I can tell you it's extremely rare in Pennsylvania. There's maybe a handful of cases of people who I've interviewed who I believe were credible witnesses who were extremely reluctant to tell me that when they were close to this thing, they felt some type of mental impression. These things were trying to communicate with them. They're very rare. But there's one amazing case that I remember very well because I was witness to it. This happened back in the 1980s, again in the area along the Chestnut Ridge, where there have been sightings of Bigfoot for years. And what happened was some of the people who own properties out there were calling me and my team to come out because this huge hairy creature was apparently coming from the top of the ridge, coming down near their homes and scaring their animals. So anyhow, I went out with a team, and we had a group of people met us out there, and all these people wanted to tell us about the experiences they had been sharing about seeing this thing. One of the persons in the group very reluctantly said, "You're never going to believe this, but this thing at times has been communicating with me mentally." While we were there, she said, "This thing is telling me right now," she said, there's mental communication going on right now, that tomorrow morning there will be a very strange UFO incident 15 miles away in another county up in Indiana, Pennsylvania. And early the next morning, there were multiple reports coming in of this very strange, loud sound right over top of that town. It was so unusual, they called the fire department out. They could not find the source, and it was in the newspaper.
So, I mean, it begs the question, why? What's the sense in the communication? What was the point of it? You know what I mean?
And I wish I could answer that. A lot of what we're dealing with makes no sense at all, which is why there's so many people who are very skeptical of these reports. But if you take the time to go out in the field and interview these people and you look for the patterns, that's what happened with so many people. I was involved with my research groups in past years when I had them. I mean, I had some very high-level scientific people associated with major industry and science involved in my group, and they all did it anonymously because their position. A lot of them were very skeptical until they spent time out in the field with me, interviewing the people, seeing the evidence, seeing the patterns, and they all began to realize there is something very strange going on here. We just can't understand what's happening. And that's how it still is today.
Yeah, it is. And that's disturbing. I don't know how you feel about it. May make cases interesting for you, but I need resolution. I need some answers. You know what I mean? So I can move on. You know, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, and you're saying exactly like multitudes of people have said to me the same thing. I need to know what's happening. Why is this happening to me? That keeps coming up all the time. Unfortunately, we just don't have the answers for it. There is nobody out there who has the answers for it. They may think they do. I don't think anybody knows for sure.
And that's just so bizarre. In 2024, that we don't have any answers to any of this stuff. It does make it interesting, but some ways to the journey. You know, have you heard anything about? So you're talking about interaction with entities like Sasquatch and pets and all that. Do you ever heard anything like this braided hair that supposedly Sasquatch does with like animals, like horses? Have you had any reports like that?
I've heard those reports from out of state. I was talking about this the other day with some other researcher. I can tell you, as far as I recall, and I probably would remember, I have never had any cases like that in Pennsylvania.
So as far as interaction with pets, outside of pets going, a bit wild, and is there anything like negative, anything like dramatic, like violent? And you know what I'm saying? With the pets?
I can tell you, the hundreds of Bigfoot sightings I've investigated in Pennsylvania, and many others I'm aware of, other research associates investigated. These things seem to be curious of human activity. At times they approach quite close, but then generally when they're seen, they take off. Yes, at times they'll throw like small boulders or pretty good-sized branches towards people that will scare them away. But for them to come after somebody and physically harm them, that's something we're just not seeing here in Pennsylvania. But here's something I found in more recent years, and again, I've written about this and talked about this, and I'm hearing this more and more from other researchers as well. In some instances, it's either with Bigfoot or with other cryptids. Once these creatures are aware that the nearby human observer can see them, they have a startled effect. They look very. So one person told me it actually looked frightened. The one person told me this thing was staring right at her. Once it realized that she was seeing it, it looked more frightened than she was and immediately left the area. But there's a startled effect that's being reported, which I think is pretty interesting.
It's quite comical, isn't it? It's like so. One of the things I'm starting to discover too, at least for my journey, that I don't think that these things are intending to harm us. I mean, I know there's stories out there of people who've had negative. I mean, I've had my own negative experience, but I wonder how much of it is just my own ignorance and not knowing how to deal with the situation, and because it's the first time I ever experienced. I mean, how many? Okay, so is there any substantiated like abductions of any sort that we could like count on? UFOs or Bigfoot or anything like that?
Well, now, if you're talking about Bigfoot abductions, I've only heard those few things been published over many, many years. In Pennsylvania, I cannot think of any cases like that I'm aware of that can be confirmed. And they're just something that just doesn't come up. With the UFO abduction reports, well, yes, I've been involved in those since the 60s. I was probably one of the first in the country to look into some of these missing time cases. And I can just tell you, back in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s, there was a lot of those reports coming in. And when you get involved in some of those cases, my gosh, you can spend weeks, months, and years on one case, which we didn't have the capability to do. I mean, you got to remember, one, we all had full-time jobs. We're doing this out of our own pocket. We have families, and we're doing what we could do. I don't know how we did what we did. And, of course, I haven't had my groups for years. I'm still involved with a lot of the researchers, but I get a lot of reports, and I'm still investigating as much as I can out there. And but anyhow, there were some really interesting alleged abduction reports back in those days. Some were very detailed, and again, some very credible people who had some very important positions whose lives were being changed by something. And I cannot say that, yes, they are being abducted by extraterrestrials, but something was happening to some of these people that affected their lives greatly. And I think I mentioned this to you earlier. I've been doing a lot of interviews in recent days and kind of mixing them all together. But some of these people I've been involved with who are having some of the experience we talked about today, some of these people, from the time they were very young children, they were having, again, apparitions, paranormal phenomena going on. As time went on, they had UFO sightings, Bigfoot encounters, cryptid encounters, the balls of light. Sometimes other people witnessed it with them. But what I found out was it was also running through generations. As their children grew up, their children had experiences, and now their grandchildren. And that's something that is no doubt in my mind. There's a pattern to that. And very interestingly, even in the last year, these people don't even know each other. And sometimes on the same day or within days, these people were coming to me talking about that they were having the increase in activity, not knowing about the other people's experiences.
Interesting. So my mother, she swears, and she's no longer with me, but she swore that when she was a young girl, maybe around 5 years of age, that she saw an apparition or Jesus, right? Her and one of her siblings. I think it was one of her brothers. All right. My big brother, he's that person in the family swears that he had these little men at the end of his bed as a child, and he actually saw a Sasquatch in Northern California. And interesting part of my story when it comes to my first encounter, 24 hours before I had my encounter, I was actually talking to my brother about the fact that I don't think Bigfoot is what the big shots are saying it is on the internet. And I think it's more spiritual in nature. And my brother said, do not be surprised, Mike, that you'll start interacting with Native Americans now that you know that there's something deeper going on with Sasquatch. And sure enough, 24 hours, I ended up running into a guy I never met before who went by the name Crow. And he definitely looked like an indigenous First Nation guy. And ended up having that encounter. But the thing I'm bringing that all up is just a couple questions here. First off, do you personally have anybody in your family that's having these kind of experiences that may motivate?
No,
this?
and I've never experienced it myself. So that's what I'm saying. But what you've just told me is that there's other people in your family tree that had other experiences, and that's very similar to what I'm hearing from many, many other people in some cases.
It's interesting, but growing up, there was none of that conversation. There's nobody ever talked about it. Not even but later on, my mother talked about the Jesus thing, right? And then my brother started getting when she moved out and moved to California. Okay, just as a little break. We got probably another 27 minutes left of the interview that I did today with Stan Gordon. See, one of the things is Henry Franzoni. Hopefully he will be with me next Saturday, 2 Saturdays from now. This Saturday will be T.W. Watson, the Forest Poltergeist, his book, and fascinating conversation that will be. One of the things that from my research and my observation is that there's more than just Sasquatch in those woods. Another interesting side note, after the show I did with JT Sasquatch Confessions and Brian Bland, we're talking about these glyphs and all that, and they feel strongly that it's Sasquatch. I'm not solely convinced that it's just Sasquatch. I think that we're dealing with multiple beings, if you will, interdimensional beings, entities. But ironically, the next morning or next day, I was on my front porch, and I looked down on the ground there, about 15 feet from where I'm sitting right now, and there literally a glyph. These branches, something organize them a certain way with an X and stuff like that, and it's clear it's like, but it wasn't there before. All I can say is it wasn't there before. So was it Sasquatch? I don't know. There's nothing to convince me that it's solely Sasquatch that's paying attention to me. With all the things I film in the woods and on the edge of the woods and the trees, there's multiple entities, and I'm convinced that we're dealing with multiple different entities, type of thing. But what they are, that's a whole nother situation, and that's what we're trying to figure out. We're all trying to figure out. One of the things, if Henry does join me, he's got this book out. It's called Failing in a Cooler Way, Why I Never Found a Bigfoot. Now, he's going to share some interesting stories, and he's out there in the state of Washington and that area, and has worked a lot with First Nations people in that reservation and the reservations there, right? And he's gathered a lot of information and has had his own interesting encounters. And he wouldn't say definitively are Sasquatch, but some of the things he does say that are in line with, say, like what Brian Bland's trying to say, or what JC's trying to say. So, anyways, it should be a good show. The reason I know about him is through Mike Patterson, Sasquatch, Ontario. You might be asking yourself why Mike is not with us tonight. Well, this thing's happened. It didn't quite work out. So the last minute he pulled out. So hopefully he'll join us again soon. Doesn't sound like there's anything ill feelings towards each other. So I hope not. So let's see. Or what happened to how the schedule today? Was it an error? No, it's interesting you brought that up. I didn't even see that till now. I think I answered your question. I've been convinced that it's a medley of deceptive entities. It could be. I think you're right. I think there's this trickster spirit element. Sovereign cosmic wild man, and I think that we're dealing with multiple things going on here, right? Just from my own personal experience and what I'm filming. So, and it's not pareidolia, and I think it's just coming to terms with the fact that we're dealing with multiple things. In this image here, of course, these are my images. And some that kind of look like Bigfoot popping out of a tree, or peek behind a tree, or manifesting, or other things that look like this, or orbs that kind of have like an ape-like head, or other ones that look kind of almost like alien-like or cat people-like, and all sorts of stuff. And the difference that a couple things I'm doing different than other folks are doing is I take stills for the most part. Once in a while, I do video if I'm prompted to do so, and then I also aim my camera up in the trees. So, and I think there's a strong connection with the trees. So, yeah, it is, isn't it amazing? It was really awesome capture, wasn't it? Some feel that it's a gift, and maybe it is a gift. Who knows? I'm never. Like Diesel said, he's had some mind speak. I have not had anything yet that convinces me that I've had mind speak or speech, whatever it is. So I've had some thoughts, but I question whether they're mine or something else's. But that's not, it doesn't sound like the same thing to a lot of people when they really feel strongly they've had mind speech. It's like something that there's no denying for them that there really was not their own voice. You know what I mean? It was something else talking to them. Which, by the way, this is something that happens in all sorts of different scenarios. And I'm sure we'll be talking about that this Saturday with T.W. Watson and about this forced poltergeist, but how it mirrors the things that are going on in people's homes and what's going on in the woods. And I think we should seriously consider that we're not just dealing with one particular entity. And I know that might not make others happy, but if we're trying to be as honest as possible about what we're dealing with, I think that the high probability that we're dealing with more than just one thing. And then there's also the question, of what we're looking at, what we're filming, what we're experiencing. How much of it is actually flesh and blood at all? How much of it is really solid, even though it may appear solid? Or how much of it actually is? Is it a show? What I mean by that is something or some things interacting with us to kind of sway us one way or the other, or maybe like trickster type spirits or entities and beings that are just messing with us, like First Nations people have talked about, right? I'm not saying that Sasquatch is not real. I'm far from it. I'm just saying that I think that we're dealing with something that's multifaceted, as Stan labels it, and myself and others, as interdimensional, because we don't have a better word to describe what we're dealing with at this point. When you get mind speak, you'll know, since there's a diesel system. That's what I hear. Those people that really have had it, they know. There's no question about it, right? I haven't had that experience where so there's no point in me lying about it, or making up stuff just to be part of the club. You know what I mean? Another thing is too, after this recording, anyone who might be interested to join in the conversation towards the end of this, we got like another 27 minutes. If you want to join in the conversation, I'll leave a link towards the end where you can join. As long as I know you. But if you're somebody I don't know, you're probably not going to be able to come in, because last time we did that, the jerk that did that joined us ended up showing himself butt naked in his bed masturbating. So that's not going to happen again. So, but any of those who are interested in actually joining us, who maybe have had encounters, had experiences, or have your own thoughts about what Stan has said or what I've said, and you want to put your 2 cents in, you're more than welcome to join. And and yeah, let's just carry on with this stuff. So I'm enjoying it. I appreciated the conversation I had with Stan. I think he's a very thoughtful man when it comes to this, and I don't think he's just exploiting the situation just to make a name for himself. I think he's just a guy that's, like he said, he's been interested in this stuff since he was 10 years old. He's been doing it. This year will be 65 years that he's been researching, investigating UFOs, sightings, encounters, and also Bigfoot. And there is a correlation with what we call UFOs. The thing is, I am not convinced of, nor did Stan or anybody else convince me yet, that Bigfoot is hopping in a spacecraft, running around in space and abducting people. You know what I mean? I think there's a connection with it, but I think that a lot of this stuff will be called UFOs, or unidentified flying objects. Doesn't mean they're mechanical objects, right? In any way, shape, or form, right? And there's enough evidence now that there's a connection with orbs and lights in the sky, and even things that possibly could look like what people think is like UFOs, mechanical objects. But there's not enough evidence that. Yeah, I think he does too, Sovereign Cosmic. Wild Man, I think Stan does this. I'm so grateful that he joined me. And I also discovered, this because of him, I have to get like this Zoom and do a lot of more interviews via Zoom instead of being just pigeonholed and doing the live stuff on YouTube, right? And through StreamYard, excuse me. Because I'm noticing there's a lot of people that just aren't hooked up with it. A lot of older folks, people that have been around the block, and just like he'll admit that he's not. If he hasn't already, he'll admit that he's not interested in social media. He's at that age where it's not really part of him, so he doesn't watch YouTube channels. You know what I mean? Not too many of them, if any, at all. So he's too busy receiving phone calls and doing his own thing, which I think he should be a kind of an inspiration for all of us. Even if he hasn't had the same experiences as us, or it doesn't mean that his voice or his opinion shouldn't be heard or shouldn't be valued. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of guys and gals out there, and I hear a lot of stuff about things. Well, maybe it's your tent, or Bigfoot doesn't trust you or whatever, that kind of stuff, kind of trust issues. But I really don't see the evidence in that. I see the people claiming that, but if anything, when I had my experiences, if anything, they should not trust me at all, right? I was a hardcore Christian and think they're demons, so they still showed up in my life. That was 7 years ago, right? I've changed a lot, right? And my experience with Sasquatch and these things has changed my perspective on what we're dealing with. I think there's no simple answer to any of this. And I think that's one of the hardest things that one of the hardest pills to swallow in this journey is to realize we don't have the answers as much as we want to. And there's a lot of people out there that will claim that they do, but until they can prove that they actually have the answers, it's just claims. And that's very religious. And that's something that's it's up to you how you want to go about it and deal with it. But for me, it's like I've been screwed so many times. I ain't trusting nothing until it's really proven to me. And I know a lot of these things that when it comes to this journey, it's like the things that have been revealed to me have been revealed to me. I try to share it with others, but I can't prove to you in any way, shape, or form that it's legit, right? You have to go find out. And then when you do have your own experiences, they're different. They're tailor-made for you. Just something to think about. Let's get back into this, right? We got about 27 more minutes of it. Let's make sure I get the right ones here. Here we go. Already started talking about the stuff, but we didn't talk about it as kids. Nobody talked about any of this stuff. So,
and actually, I had an interview with a fellow last night from out of state, very educated person, and he told me almost the same thing what you just said. That while things were going on, it wasn't until later in life that anybody in the family talked about it.
Right, because it's so damn strange. Who would believe it? I have a hard time believing my experiences. I mean, I know I experienced it, but my question is, what did I really experience when I saw those things that, that looked like Bigfoot? But, I mean, the problem is I never went and like the first encounter, definitely, and a couple of sightings that I've had, maybe I didn't went out and try to hug it, give it a big bear hug and say, I'm so happy to see you. You know what I mean? Last thing I was thinking about is touching to think, have you seen any kind of physical evidence for Bigfoot around your area? Like hair, scat, any kind of, okay, here's a thing, nest. What's your take on these Bigfoot nest and tree structures?
Okay, well, you brought up a couple things. One,
a ton of things.
During when there was massive amount of Bigfoot sightings in Pennsylvania in the 70s, you never heard about tree knocks, and you never heard about find these unusual, as you're talking about some of the tree structures you're seeing now. Mm-hmm. We didn't hear about those types of things. So you never heard people hitting trees and making the tree knock sounds. That wasn't common at all back in those days. But yes, we're hearing more and more about it in more recent years. I've talked to a lot of hunters and people who tell me very detailed accounts, and it seems like something is going on. I've seen some of the tree structures, and they're pretty interesting, I will say. And yes, some of my research associates who I've been out in the field with in the last 10 years or more, who are very experienced outdoorsmen, we have seen some areas that are much different than a normal deer area, much bigger, and areas where people have seen Bigfoot, and some of them are very, very interesting. And And there was something you asked me right before that, and I was going to tell you about it, but I lost my train of thought. So maybe you can remember what you asked me, and I'll remember it.
Nest, tree structures, and then any kind of like physical evidence like scat, hair,
Oh,
any
okay.
kind of evidence that we are dealing at all with anything that maybe at times actually is physical.
We made a lot of casts of footprints. We had 3-toed footprints, which was very common back then. I have an amazing cast I made back in August 7th, 1973, when all this Bigfoot things were starting. It was the case that really started things. There was a man, this would have been a week before July 31st, 73. It was a very warm night. They live out in a rural area, a lot of woods around, where there ended up being a lot of Bigfoot and UFO sightings during that time period by different people. And this guy was shaving early that evening, began to smell this funny odor. He smelled like rotten cucumber, turns around and looks in the window, and here's these 2 huge glowing red eyes staring at him, but the wind is 8 feet off the ground. They had several big dogs there, but the dogs weren't making a sound, which was very unusual. He ran into the house, telling them what he had seen. Some of the other family members came out. They smelled the odor. Whatever was in the window was gone. The guy ended up in the hospital. He was so shaken by it. And when he got out a week later, I went out that day, August 7th, to interview him. And I had found out that some of the neighbor boys several weeks before heard a noise in the woods. They thought it was a deer. They started throwing some rocks in to scare out the deer, and said there's around 7, 8 foot tall, huge, hairy Bigfoot came out of the woods and went up behind the house. So I got permission to go up and look around. And some of these kids that I was able to interview followed me up into the woods. And up behind the house where the thing had been looking in the window, up on the hill, I had been there for quite a while. The ground conditions were not very good, but there was a partial track and then a complete track of the weirdest looking track at that point I'd ever seen, or the kids had ever seen. It was 3-toed, very deep, large toes, 13 inches long, 8 inches wide. I got on the radio, called one of my helpers. He came out. We took photographs, measurements, and made a casting of it. And anyhow, so the question is, one, we made a lot of footprint casts over the years. We had typical 5-toe tracks and 3-toe tracks, and they keep showing up all over the country, almost all over the country, Pacific Northwest and other areas where you hear reports of 5-toe tracks. They've also had 3-toed, even 4-toed tracks. That's another whole story that I've uncovered.
That 6-toe tracks as well, around where I'm at. in
okay,
Ohio,
well, I've never seen this. Okay, well, if you only find like in one case something like that, well, there's weather conditions, there's other conditions that might produce that. I'm not there to look at them. I can tell you, when we start over the years get multiple cases like the same kind of track showing up in widespread areas, then we begin to wonder what's happening. That's another mystery, because one, you can't have so many type of footprints with so many types of unknown species, yet at the same time we do. And once again, whether we like it or not, there are cases like this. I've interviewed people who have followed footprints, hunters, experienced hunters who have followed Bigfoot tracks or other cryptid tracks, and the tracks physically changed into another form as they were following them. Okay, so this is something else that might be going on. I talk about hair samples. Back in the 70s, we had some pretty good hair samples from the cases we had. And we were able to submit them to some professional laboratories to examine the best they could. Unfortunately, back in those days, the analytical process was not like it is today, and most of the time was destructive testing. So when they used the samples, after they were done, the samples had been destroyed, unfortunately, and we wish we had some of those left, but we don't. And there was at least one case that a top anthropologist in the country had a sample for a long time, and when he was all done, he was able to examine and to identify a lot of the samples we sent in that we didn't think were that good, but they were interesting. But this was a sample that we thought was the real thing. And it came back something like it was so close to human, I can't remember exactly the wording, but it's something they couldn't be sure what it was. And I always thought that was a fascinating hair sample. So we have had samples over the years, but unfortunately we don't have them now.
So, of course, let's tie this. I want to ask you first, have you ever heard of anybody who's ever seen a Bigfoot make a tree structure?
I have never. I have never heard that before. No, never anybody ever created one. We've had some in areas, especially up in the Chestnut Ridge areas, up in those mountains, where they have been found even in recent years, and some of them are very interesting. The question is, why would they even go ahead to create something like that?
Right.
And but again, there's a lot of questions we don't have and we don't understand. But some of them were interesting. But no, I've never had anybody actually watch one. We had a very interesting case years ago, and there's a picture of it in my latest book, Creepy Cryptids and Strange UFO Encounters in Pennsylvania. Up on the ridge, there's a lot of strange other physical phenomena that's occurring in those areas as well, besides the creature and UFO reports. And my book goes into some of those things. And one of them was I got a call a number of years ago from people who owned a lot of property up there. There was lots of trees. They walked the areas back then almost daily. They knew the trees. And they happened to come across this very old tree that had been there for years and apparently had been struck by lightning and was hollowed out. So they walked by this tree every day. The one day when they walked by, which they called me, there was another live tree upside down, roots up, pushed completely down inside the other tree that was hollowed out, well above the ground. There was no explanation for that. I mean, first thing I've thought of could be some type of weather phenomena, could have been some type of weather activity or something in that area, a microburst, for example. We couldn't find any records of it. None of the other trees in the area had any damage like that. In fact, we couldn't even find another tree similar to that in the area. I can't say a Bigfoot did it, but it was a very strange thing to look at. There's a picture of it in my book.
Yeah, I've heard similar things, and I've seen some strange things too. I mean, but the thing is, what I'm noticing is if it's in the woods, the way things are going and the way things are, a lot of people are taking it, it has to be Bigfoot, right? Even though there's no evidence that Bigfoot did any of that stuff, whether it's tree structure, whether it's a nest, it's even in question if Bigfoot made the footprints. You could argue, right?
Yeah. Well, again, there's a lot of cases with this type of thing. Sometimes some tracks have been found right after a sighting, but again, there are similarities, but there's variation in some of the tracks being found as well, and that's what's adding more to it. Because one, you can't have so many type of tracks out there from so many unknown species. I mean, right. Back in '73, for example, you got the three-toed tracks. You had the five-toed tracks. You had some other variation of tracks that were strange. We even had pungent tracks showing up, really detailed pungent tracks. So these are ape tracks. And, of course, there's no apes in Pennsylvania. So it just added more to the mystery.
Fascinating. So, and then the other thing about the DNA test in your hair, now, of course, there's the Ketchum stuff. I don't know. What's your take on that? Because, I've heard a lot of people that I've talked to who try to use that as an argument for Bigfoot or Sasquatch. But I tell them, I don't know how you take it, but a half of the only you got is half possible human, and that's it. That's pretty much nothing. You have nothing. What's your take on it?
Well, again, it's been years since I looked into that. And again, I keep an open mind. I've heard so many variations over the years and testing being done on hair. There's all kind of different labs. There's all kind of different analysis. I am no expert in it. I've talked to different people that know quite a lot. But again, all I can tell you is the evidence is there's something definitely out there. Nobody understands it. There's some very strange aspects of whatever we're dealing with.
Right.
I don't think anybody knows for sure what we're dealing with. But we're dealing with, in a lot of these reports, people are describing it as more of a huge, giant, hair-covered creature. Some are more ape-like type of reports, but there's a lot of similarities. And, a lot of the historical reports of these things were, fairly tall but very wide-shouldered. But then we have many reports, even in recent years, of quite tall ones that are very thin. And then we're getting reports last year and over the years, but more of them last year, of small ones, like 4 to 5 feet tall with kind of gray hair showing up in different areas. So there's variations, but similarities in the reports as well.
It's truly bizarre. And by the way, I'm not trying to dissuade people, or I'm not a skeptic, right? I'm somebody's had encounters. And my last May 15th of last year, I filmed what I believe to be a Sasquatch, but it's very human-like in nature. It's in broad daylight. I got the video out there. Not too many people know about it. The problem is that it's so ethereal in its nature. It's not pareidolia, but very ethereal in nature that it doesn't satisfy too much of anybody. You know what I mean? As far as what a Sasquatch is. But my point in bringing all this stuff up, Sam, is not to cause people to doubt or to not believe, but to start questioning some of the narratives that are out there, and for us as researchers to start questioning ourselves and our own biases. Does that make sense? Because I've
All you can do is you got to keep an open mind. You got to be skeptical, but at the same time keep an open mind. There's something out there. A tremendous number of people apparently have had these experiences, a lot more than anybody realizes. It's much more common than people understand. People call me all the time, just people from the general public who have never experienced these things before. They don't know who to call. They don't even know how to ask it. They just want to share their experiences. They want to find out if other people saw something similar. And quite often they'll find out they were not alone. Other people have.
And isn't it interesting, Stan, that you're one of the guys that was chosen? You were tagged to do this almost. I know you were interested as a child and you started things and you kind of built a reputation, but still, they're still coming. They're still going to you, Stan. Is that fascinating?
Yeah, they do. And I get lots of calls, like I said, and I'm in touch with many other researchers around the country and other places, and there's so many of them now who are getting similar activity in the last few years. These things are showing up many, many places. These strange reports are showing up, and I mean, it's just incredible, the similarities and the details are coming in.
How many people do you think, like me, the reason I reached out to you, Stan, is because you're the first, like I said, I wasn't just blowing smoke. You're the first person with any credibility in the field who was saying what I was experiencing. And so I wanted to talk to you. I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time. And finally was positioned to do it. But you know, why do you think so many people, is there a lot of people like me? They're saying kind of the same thing. The reason why they're reaching out to Stan Gordon is because you're willing to say that we're dealing with something that's interdimensional. You think that's
yeah? There's a lot of people out there, and I'm sure there's a lot of people don't know how to reach myself or others are involved in. Unfortunately, there's very few out there apparently who are really deeply involved in this and really know a lot about it. And like I said, I don't have the answers. I've learned a lot. There's a lot I'm sure I don't know. But when you talk to so many people from so many backgrounds who give you these similar responses and similar detail, and you hear the emotion, they hear the stress of these people. I have people call me on the phone the last few weeks that are crying and just tell me about what's happened to them recently. And nobody understands why this is going on in their lives. It's much more common than most anybody realizes. I wish we had an idea, but it's been going on for a long time. It's just starting to come out a little more.
It says a lot about the place that we live in too, right? I mean, what kind of place do we actually live in? You know, there's only so far that the hard sciences can take us, right? And it's just like there's so many. This is a place full of enigmas and questions and endless questions for that matter, and never getting to many of the answers, right? To a lot of the deeper questions that are out there in life. So
the one thing I see that's a positive is that in more recent years, especially the last couple of years, there's more and more scientific people in the science community who are looking into these kind of reports now, taking it much more serious. A lot of them, just like the people I was involved with for years and years, going back to the 70s, did it anonymously because of their positions. But now there's more and more people who are respectable people who are taking this much more serious now and are starting to realize that there's something else going on here. But scientifically, it's so beyond our understanding right now, it's difficult for people to deal with.
It really is. And it's very isolating. And for a lot of us, we really don't have room to go. And when we do, we find some YouTube channel, the latest guru, right? They're all saying the same thing, right? They're all saying no one's an expert. Then they're pretending to be the expert. I don't know if you notice that. And so, you know, there's a lot of people that we get sucked up into these little movements or personalities the latest guru. And I think it's important to find and remember people like Stan Gordon, who are willing to be objective and honest about things and help us to maybe reflect a little bit what we're going through. Right? I feel there's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of frustration from a lot of people. I know things are improving, but there's still a lot of frustration for a lot of people who want their voices to be heard. And what we're seeing is that people are taking it all over the place, Dan. They're starting cults over it, new age movements with it, or just getting real vicious about it. And you know, there's a lot of hoaxers out there. There's 100%. There's a lot of hoaxers. But at the same token, there's a lot of us who had real experiences, and we seem to be stuck in the middle here. If you know what I mean?
And actually, this is kind of similar to what I was aware of back in probably the 70s and 80s, especially when there was a lot of talk about the abduction reports. And there were a lot of small groups getting together in the Pennsylvania area, Pittsburgh area, around the country, where they were getting together. And some of these groups apparently were pretty good. And they were helping some people to at least be able to share their experiences. But unfortunately, I know in my area, there's nothing like that I know of exists anymore. A lot of those people are now deceased. A lot of them are way up in age, and a lot of them are just gone. But yeah, I'm hearing what you're talking about, but I'm not seeing too much around this area. But I can tell you there are small UFO organizations, small and Bigfoot groups showing up everywhere now. They're just appearing everywhere. It seems like every few weeks there's another group appearing.
Do you kind of avoid a lot of what's going on in the internet world as far as Bigfoot and ufology? You know, like YouTube and stuff like that. Do you pay attention to any of that stuff, or much?
I don't watch a lot. To be honest with you, I'm so busy just with phone calls and emails. I don't even do social media. So you don't find me on Facebook and those places. I get a lot of people who do call me if they see something interesting on Facebook just to make me aware of it. But I'm not even on there. So I do try to keep up with some of the big national stories, but I just don't have time. I'm doing firsthand with a lot of things that are ongoing all the time, and that's what I mainly deal with.
Right. And of course, for those who didn't notice or didn't hear, I was a little struggle getting to hooking up today because I didn't quite understand how to set up Zoom. I didn't realize I had to pay. So I had to pay for at least this month's subscription, excuse me, to Zoom. And the only reason I did that, because I never use Zoom unless somebody asked me to be a guest, is because I really wanted to talk to Stan Gordon. So, and he's not kidding. He doesn't have a social, although, you know, as far as there's a lot of videos of you out there. If you go to like DuckDuckGo, there's a lot of videos of you, Stan. You've like been on like coast to coast. And how long you been doing interviews? Not you personally interviewing people, but other people.
Oh my gosh, I started giving lectures to the public on this out of high school in the late 60s, and I've been doing media events since the 1970s. I remember around Pittsburgh back early 70s is when talk radio was getting very, very big. And there are some of the big stations, one station in particular in Pittsburgh, I remember they were in downtown Pittsburgh, and they had set up a whole studio just designed for talk radio. And I'd be down there quite often, 2, 3 in the morning, doing all-night talk radio shows about these topics, and it was huge. And I've been doing them ever since. So I've been doing radio and TV and podcasts more recent years, ever since the early 70s.
So I know one of my favorite of your interviews is actually involved Spaced Out Radio. Remember doing those interviews?
Oh, yeah, and I just did one very recently, a new one.
So there's a couple of them, and they're lengthy. Some are like 2 or 3 hours long, and they're worth it. I mean, the conversations are excellent, and a lot of information is brought out. So for those who are interested, by the way, also, if anybody's been watching this video, you have already seen over and over again his Stan's books, including Cryptids, excuse me. You got Astonishing Encounters. Is it Kecksburg? Is that how you pronounce it? Untold Story.
Yeah, Kecksburg. Yeah, that's the video I produced on the UFO crash in 1965 near Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, around 40 miles outside of Pittsburgh.
And then we got Real Mysteries, Mysterious Pennsylvania. You guys will see all this. You'll see actually you already know, you've seen the book covers and etc. of these. So, and also for those who might have missed it, Stan Gordon has a YouTube channel, or excuse me, a website, and it's called stangordon.info. And that's where you could find him and talk to him, interact with him, maybe share any kind of encounters. Do you have any what kind of engagements or shows you have coming up, or lectures?
I'll tell you, I am just literally jammed with with speaking events for this whole year. And actually, you're in Ohio, so they're just going to announce this next month officially. But there's a major new historical UFO conference scheduled for September 20th to 22nd of this year. And for the first, it's called the Hangar 18 UFO Conference. It's the first ever UFO conference at the historic Hope Hotel, located on the legendary Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
No kidding.
And so it's going to be a big event, and I'm honored to say that I've been asked to be one of the speakers for the event. And it's a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and I think you'll be hearing quite a lot about this event. Their website is expected to be up, I believe, around March the 16th. And I'm sure I'll have more information on my website as well. But you'll be able to find it. You'll be able to search under Hangar 18 UFO Conference to get more information.
So, we've spent a couple hours already, and we hardly, as usual with you, Stan, we just scratched the surface. So, I don't know if you ever get a chance later on this year, you will do a part 2, and we talk about the Thunderbird stuff. I know a couple guys, and like one in Calgary, another one in British Columbia, swear they saw Thunderbird. There's a whole lot of other cryptid stuff, and maybe talk a little bit more about some of the books if you're interested. I know you're a busy man.
Yeah, we can. I'm sure we can do that. Just we need to schedule far ahead of time, but we can do that. And
now that I know how to use Zoom, now that I know, thanks to you, I might as well use it, right? Now that I know how to use it. So,
my Solid Invasion book goes into great detail about this cases of the UFO Bigfoot connection and some of the weird things we didn't have time to talk about. The latest book, Creepy Cryptids, has all kind of creature sightings and things there I'm sure people have never heard about before. A lot of extremely detailed, low-level balls of light and Bigfoot and cryptid reports. So it's a lot different than what you've read. And my other books, they're all available on Amazon.com or BarnesandNoble.com.
Thank you, Stan. And once again, I'm not really part of the Bigfoot community or any community, right? I'm just a guy that went through had some encounters, right? Is trying to find some answers. I really don't feel like joining any group again, if you know what I mean. For me personally, now I'm not saying it's the wrong thing or right thing. I just want to know the answers and move on. So, and I do feel that a guy like you, Stan, can help me and others who hears this conversation to start having some kind of resolution. Even if the resolution at the end of the day is we just don't know what the hell we're dealing with. But what we experienced was real.
Well, I think. Well, again, I've talked to so many people who have these experiences, and they're very often very happy to learn that they're not alone, that many other people are having very similar things occur in their lives.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Stan, thank you so much for spending some time with me. I really could spend all day.
Well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
I hope so. It was because my privilege to have that happen again. When the video is done, I will send you a link. Okay, it's going to take some time editing.
Sounds very good, and I'll post it on my website for you.
That would be an honor, sir. Thank you. You have a great day. Huh?
All right, thanks again. Have a good one. Okay, bye.
Bye. I'll talk to you later, man. Thank you. All right. Where's me, or where am I? That was Stan Gordon. That's Stan Gordon and I had a conversation today, and that was a privilege and honor to talk to someone level-headed and just taking it to the next level that he possibly can. I mean, there's a lot of questions still. He doesn't have all the answers, so he's trying to be honest about things. Anyways, I left a link in the comment section if anybody's interested in coming in and talking about either their insights, experiences, encounters, what they thought about the conversation, what they thought about Stan. And if I don't know you, it's a good chance you're not coming up. But like I said, but if I do know you or seen you in my lives or in my chats, then you're more welcome to join. If not, I understand. No expectations. So, it was an honor to talk to Stan. I hope to talk to a few more people like Stan. One of the things I would like to do is, to have to ask you guys, anyone who's interested and has the money. I know that many of us are in the same boat. We don't really have money, so I'm not expecting you to, if you can't afford it, to not donate. But like I said, this costs me money, and I'm not getting paid to do any of this. No money at all. I'm not making any money. I'm making any money on. I've had people accuse me I've been making money on like Facebook and stuff like that, and I'm like, I don't make any money doing this. So the only money I ever make is if somebody donates. So, and recently, the only person that's really donated has been JT and LT and the Squash Gang. You might be wondering what's going on about tonight. Once again, there was last moment cancellation as far as the show with Mike Patterson, Sasquatch, Ontario, and that's okay because it all turned out well anyways. And we ended up talking to Stan Gordon instead, and it took me a lot of time to prep for this and to present it to you. Later on, I'll probably do. I will do a recording of it without all the interruptions, like me commenting, and a lot more fluid video. So once again, if you feel like donating anything to the project and interviewing people and keeping the channel going and all that, it's either PayPal or Cash App, Michael Adams, O.R.D. 3. It's O.R.D. 3. Anything helps. So, I mean, it costs me a lot of money, like I said. And if you can't afford it, I'm not going to push it on you. But I'm going to shill for a while. I'm shilling because I'm illin', if you know what I mean. So, see. Once again, if everything works out, then W.T. Watson will be joining me. I got to get a hold of MT Paranormal Life and see if he'd be willing to join us on the second half of the show, because Mike is working with the cameraman and the crew over there in Eastern Ohio, and along with Mike, who is a paranormal researcher in the woods. I think it'd be interesting to see Mike's take on his personal experiences in the woods when it comes to this, right? I mean, so, but hopefully if everything works out, then the author, he's had multiple books, by the way, and we'll talk about that, of course. His most recent book is The Forest Poltergeist, and what we're experiencing in the woods and the field of research and etc., and even around our own houses. And we talk about stuff like the hitchhiker effect and that kind of stuff, and the parallels between the poltergeist activity and Sasquatch activity and our Bigfoot activity is shocking. So it's in my book, and it is what it is, right? You might as well be honest about it and deal with it as honestly as we possibly can. And this is certainly not an intent on my part to upset anybody or upset the cart. I just want to know the truth about things, right? I'm assuming that most people do want to know the truth about things, especially those who've had encounters. It was brought up earlier about the orb that I filmed. This is the orb that I filmed. This was the fall of 2022 on the coast of Lake Erie, and this is what I filmed during the day. An orb that had like a very apish-like head in it. It makes you wonder, right? Stan talked about nests in this same area, that same day when I was there. This is a very marshy area. There was a lot of, he talks about bedding, and we talked about deers and that they were too large and too big for deer to use. The same thing I experienced, by the way. Large areas that were matted down that I can't see even a small herd of deer would do. Yet they were there, and the canary reedgrass and all that was all matted down. And of course, there was plenty of X structures, tree leans, and breaks and twists and all that. And I found quite a few interesting things that day. Some that's different entities in the middle of the day. I've seemed to have better success taking stills than, filming, like making videos. I know there's a lot of people out there that want to get you to do the work by going through their videos and finding stuff, but that's not how I approach things. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but for me, it's like I take the stills, I get better, clearer images because I take the stills, and I spend the time myself breaking down my own images instead of having other people do the work. So just because I think one needs to really train their eye to see these things, right? I easily could have missed this image if I didn't bother. Great orb pitch. Thanks, Diesel. Did you get your 1 million mark yet in that Facebook reel? Once again, hey, Diesel in New Jersey, that's a guy that you should subscribe to and follow. He's one of those guys that's consistently out in the woods filming stuff, filming things in the trees, tree structures, entities. Got some amazing images too. There's a couple of images that are really quite shocking, but not. I mean, to me, they're not shocking, but I think for most people, they probably might be because of. But these like filming entities, things that almost look like Sasquatch in the trees. So something similar to it, at least. I'm not saying it's definitely 100% that, but because I don't know, Diesel would know better than me. So maybe one of these days, I'll be able to twist his arm enough to have him join us and actually have a conversation. I had a chance to actually finally talk to Diesel this weekend, and he's a really bright guy, so he's got a lot of insights and has been paying attention to what's going on in the world, and then not just when it comes to Bigfoot. So what else was there to say? I don't know. There's probably not much more to say, except I'm in agreement with Stan. We're dealing with something that's interdimensional. Now, the problem is then to qualify, quantify, and to properly, accurately define what that means, and that's a huge issue. That's a huge issue that all of us have, because we know we're dealing with something that's not flesh and blood. That seems to manifest at times and look like it's flesh and blood, at least. Maybe actually even appear to be flesh and blood. I mean, there's accounts of Sasquatch and that kind of thing. Something that looks like Sasquatch carrying what looks like animals, carcasses of deer, and but Stan talks about. I don't know if we talked about in this show, but one person, I believe they had, if I got the story right, of a Black Panther that jumped on their hood of their car, or their trunk of the hood of their car, in front of their car, and had it looked like it had an animal in it. in its mouth. So that's kind of shocking. Well, I appreciate that you can share the pics I sent whenever you want. No problem at all. Well, we'll do it one of these times when you're around. We'll, if you don't want to talk, maybe what I can do is one of these times, Diesel, we can go through it and you can just kind of text it. And I think you deserve to have a show dedicated to myself, but so people can go to. So I don't mix it all up. So, but there are some amazing images that he shared with me, and you're like, whoa. Can they really do that? Can they really like absorb or blend into like the leaves and all sorts of stuff? You know what I mean? Branches and apparently they can. And what that is exactly, I don't know. They have a lot of respect for a dude like Diesel who goes out on his own and does it, faces whatever's out there on his own, films it. And, if I've understood Diesel, most of the time there's nothing really, nothing negative happening, right? So, and if there's anything, at least you're out in the woods getting, some being connected to the creation, right? But you are still filming a lot of things too. So just find that. And that's one thing about Diesel. He's got like this steady hand, steady arm, right? That's one of the things I remember talking to Diesel maybe a year and a half ago about that. That's the reason I started following him. It's because how steady his arm is in his hand. He can walk through that woods, go over all those trees and branches and everything that's on the ground and still keep a steady shot and keep himself steady. I'm like, man, that takes a lot of freaking work to do that because I tried it. And I watched a lot of other people try to do it. And it's very difficult to really be present, be aware of what's around you in the woods, and still put your eye on that camera and keep it going. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of work. Most people don't. My observation that most of us don't have the skill to do that. I think it takes either you're naturally born that way or it takes a long time to get to that point. And yeah, so I'm very impressed with that. Well, I'm being sincere, bro. So I wish I could do it, even if I did have my steady legs, which I don't anymore because of the MS. Even if I had my steady legs, I still know the challenge it would be for me to do it and to be present and to pay attention to what's going on in the woods and still get that camera focused at one direction. Because it's just easy to start swinging it all over the place. You got to have the right camera for that too. And I have a P900. It's really not designed. It's good for action. It's really good for like the tripod. It's good for like a steady and for long distance with a steady arm. But it's not really good for like how like it's like a video cam, or like what some people use their phone or something like that. It's not as good for that with like when you're the camera and behind is doing all the action and the movement. It just it's not the best thing to do, but it's fantastic if you want to get stills and I've got some amazing images since I started using the P900. It's so much more superior than when I was using a cell phone. And I just think that's a good thing to use. If you can afford it, yeah, practice. That's right. Get out in the woods as much as possible. Also, excuse me. For anybody who does hear this and thinking about doing it, you don't have to go into the virgin woods to do this. You'll be my observation, and I don't think that my location is significantly different than anybody else's. The only difference is that I stopped out of necessity. I had to stop doing it anyways, right? Going in the woods and tromping around because of my MS, I had to start filming on the edge of the woods and in town and in easier access areas. And I discovered something that you don't have to go deep in the woods to start filming things that look like Sasquatch or other entities and beings. And so, I strongly encourage people to start filming things around your town. Film like groves, patches of woods, maybe acreages of woods that are close by, parks. Where I'm at in Northwest Ohio, there's a lot of like batches or, there's like, it's a patchwork, if you will, of farm fields. And then they're usually the parcel land where they're farming, there usually is, acreage, maybe 5-10 acres, sometimes smaller, maybe just not an acre of woods. Isolated all over the place, pockets. And there's amazing, if you really start paying attention, you'll see tree structures from the road. Which this is one of the things I wanted to bring up, because Stan said that back in the 70s and the 60s, nobody was talking about tree knocks, or at least it was virtually unheard of. I can't remember, something like that, virtually unheard of, about tree structures and tree knocks. And since that time, and especially it's just ramped up in the past decade, or 2 decades or so, it seems. Maybe it's because there's more people filming it and paying attention to it. But I wonder if also we're causing it. Somehow we're, psychically interacting with the ethereal, these different entities, these beings. They're paying attention to what we're paying attention to, and so they're displaying this stuff for us, right? Kind of like poltergeist type of thing, situation going on, right? Where I just wonder, and this is kind of a dilemma that we're in, because I don't know how to prove it at this point. But, Stan was saying that there was virtually unheard of. And I'm sure I'm not saying it right, but basically my impression that he said is that when he was doing this, doing the field research back in the 60s and 70s, nobody was talking about tree structures. No one was even identifying them, and nobody was paying attention to any, of the signs. We didn't really talk about tree breaks, tree leans, tree twists, that kind of stuff. Although we did talk about a tree that was uprooted and shoved inside a hollow tree, right, with the roots sticking up in the air, right. This is something that I've heard in places like Alaska and British Columbia and stuff like that, or in those areas out west. But in Pennsylvania, I never heard of that before. I definitely never heard of anything like that in my area. But mind you, I live in Northwest Ohio, in an area where the BFRO says nothing happens. They don't have that many reports, right? And I have had activity, sightings, and it was most of it. Well, in fact, as far as activity, really became Sasquatch was in 2017 and early 2018. I started filming stuff again last year, in 2022 when I started up again. And, and in May 15th, I believe I filmed one. With a few times I actually used a video camera and actually did a video. And I wish there was something there. There's so many distractions going on. And I wish I would have stayed there longer now. But it usually is the case, right? I got a few seconds of this dark, shadowy thing, the edge of the woods, and it looks clearly he's got a head and a face. If you're wondering which one it is, it's actually this one right here. If you go back and look at the video and watch it, it looks like there's something there. I mean, it's jet black in the middle of the day. And there's a lot of green at this point, so it's May. So in the green, I noticed with the greenery, when it gets really green, and so you're talking spring through summer, it affects a lot of things as far as which you film. A lot of the entities that I film they absorb, if you will, the green from the leaves and all that, and so you get more of a green type of thing going on. influence. You know what I mean? It's very, because I film in the daytime for the most part. We say what it's been saying here. Let's go back to this because I have my patience. Not that you want anything bad to happen out there, but if it did, you kind of got to be willing to accept the worst. Yeah, and here's another thing. It just seems like nothing really happens. The only person I really know that has really kind of physical interaction with Sabe or Sasquatch is Mike Patterson. I just watched a video again where he's talking about him being pelted by marbles, and I've heard him say that he's been hit by a log that he feels it was Sasquatch. So I feel that I feel we're entering into a cycle on the earth where a lot of these will become seen by anyone and scare the shit out of most. I think it's just a possibility, man. It's the similar kind of impression. I think that there's things like it is cyclical, isn't it? You know, I get the impression from Dan, right? And not Dan, Stan. Was it 73 when they had that UFO flap, and then it also talks about in the 60s different UFO flaps and coinciding along with Bigfoot sightings, an uptick in it. And I think this goes back to this anti-matter or anti-structure thing that George Hansen talks about, and this whole thing when the society has like major stressors on it, there seems to be an uptick on it. I've been saying for a good while that they make the stick structures and poltergeist fashion along with stopping time and manipulating the time to make it so no one ever seen them build a teepee. You know, sovereign cosmic wildman, I think you got a point there. Now the only thing is I have an issue with is that we know, because we know, like again, I keep bringing it up, and it's important that we remind ourselves that we're dealing out there. No one sees Sasquatch build these tree structures. So what is building it? And it does mirror like poltergeist activity, right? To them like moving furniture or stuff in your cupboards or in your kitchen, and there's plenty of stories of that, right? So is it solely Sasquatch doing it, or is it something else? I mean, there's certainly going to be the human influence in people that actually do it, but then there's these other structures and the locations and all. You're just like, nah, there's no human being that could in a million years do it. What's interesting, what you're doing, Sovereign Cosmic Wildman, is you're filming this stuff on the beach. And it's not just one or two, and they're different sizes. And from what I can tell, some are quite large and some are quite, others are not. Some are very complicated. Now, you know, there could be some kids and some young people, maybe some hippie dude people, and maybe some people that are into, you know, I don't know, some form of witchcraft or whatever it is. Not to knock it. I'm just saying that's what they do. And then maybe that's part of what they do in their rituals and that kind of stuff. But I don't think everything on the beach there is human beings. And some of these tree structures are massive, and they're on the beach. And how did people miss it? And how did they just show up? And here's even a more fascinating thing, a Sovereign Cosmic Wildman. How do people miss it completely? They literally go to the beach, walk right by this stuff, and they don't even recognize that it's right there. I mean, literally at times it's clear the feet from them. And they're just like, walk by like zombies. And not, what happened to us? Isn't there a Bible verse where it says man will faint from what they will be seeing, what they see? Yeah, that's referring to, that's in I think that's in Book of Revelation, and it's from my research and study. Book of Revelation has absolutely nothing to do with us. It has something to do with 70 AD. I just probably lost another person just for saying that, but if you study it properly, it's talking about the destruction of Jerusalem and Israel, and it's I think it's an attempt to try to make it look like it's prophetic. But you got to remember, the people who actually wrote the New Testament were Greek. It was in Greek. Even the Aramaic is this question about, it's in Greek, and the whole thing's just Greek philosophy and very much mimics like Greek demigods and all that kind of stuff. And remember when it was written, composed, there were the Jewish wars, right? So the Romans were trying to maintain their empire, and they one of the things they did in order to deal with all the Jewish rebellion that was going on there is they created a new god, and a lot of us believe. I mean, I used to believe the Book of Revelation was written prior to 7 A.D., but the more and more I studied, I realized it happened after 7 A.D. to make it look like it was prophetic. So, but what's really interesting about it is how that's been recycled over and over again for like how many generations? If the Bible says that the generation is 40 years and it's almost 2,000 years, we're talking nearly 50 generations. So allegedly, and when you really start realizing that stuff was written in the second century, not the first century, and that at best, and a lot of it probably was written in the third and fourth and fifth century, and just a compilation to create their new Roman god that they needed to unify the empire. And it really upsets people. If you really study it, you'll come to the same conclusion. I've interviewed several people hanging out by structures, admitting that they did not build it from scratch. They might have modified it, but never anyone built these structures. And yeah, I think that I've seen that too. You tell that there's people that add stuff to these structures. But in some of them, people could have actually built, but all of them, I can't believe. I just have some of those are just too complicated and too intricate that you're filming, bro. And some of them are too big. And I just, unless there's, like I said, unless there's a cult out there that I don't know about, that you and I don't know about, no one's telling me about, that's part of their rites and rituals is to build these teepee structures. And by the way, they got to be built freaking everywhere. I mean, I got one, like I said, and I have, if people pay attention, I have images of it, of one that's 350 yards due east of where I'm sitting right now in the ravine. Could a kid's done it? It certainly could, but the amount of energy and effort for them to do it, it would be outrageous. But I also know a lot of people then they'll find these tree structures and they'll hang out around it, even hang out under it, even add stuff. So that's kind of what we're dealing with as well. They don't know how they build some of these ancient wonders, but they are there, right? And that's another thing to think about. Diesel is this whole thing about so these ancient temples, megalithic structures, the Book of Solomon, and then the whole idea how they supposedly allegedly built a temple. Although some people really believe that if it's a real story. I don't. I used to myself believe too, but the more I study, I realized that nobody even knows where that temple was, if it even existed. But what maybe is really more important is the fact that he interacted with these so-called they call them demons or spirits. That's what they call them, but maybe they're just some kind of ethereal beings, powers, the same kind of forces that we're seeing in the woods and in our houses, right? Maybe it was some form of interdimensional Sasquatch was part of it as well, right? Something that helped them to maybe carry out stuff, carry the stuff, move the stuff. As bizarre as I'm saying it, and I'm not saying it's so. I'm just saying that there's it's out there as a possibility. Because the fact of the matter is, we don't know how they built those things. Just like we don't know if these tree structures are being built as well, right? We don't. But I can envision this, and I've seen images. In particular, a couple images I've seen from guys out in Pennsylvania, ironically, that looks like branches and tree trunks that are seen to be flying vertically in the sky. Like something's like poltergeist thing, like, you know what I mean? Like something's just carrying it. It's invisible, and there's more than one. And I can just visualize this, right? So something's like strips down all the branches, moves all those, it carries them either in the air, which most likely it is, sometimes dragging on the ground, but I don't see any evidence. There's no signs of that doing it. At least nobody's been looking for it that I can tell. And they just assemble them like abracadabra right there. And no one sees it. You know, one day there's no TP structure and there's no tree lean, there's no X structure, and the next day there is one. As bizarre as what I just said, I think that's what's actually happening. And so, and if we're willing to open ourselves up, you know, broaden our horizons, step away from what's going on, observe from, you know, step out of our box, and we might just be finding that things in the woods and around us are a hell of a lot more interesting. As fascinating as Sasquatch is, that, you know what, that it might be 1,000 times more interesting, 100,000 times more, excuse me. And that we're dealing with multiple entities, some kind of spiritual, ethereal ecology, kind of like in the physical realm, there's thousands of different species of different types of animals, right? From mammals to amphibians, reptiles, to fish, on it goes. Then maybe that's the same thing that's going on. In fact, I'm pretty confident from my filming that that's exactly what's going on, right? So that's exactly what's going on. And I encourage other people to try to do my strategy and try it, adopt it, have a little, it's kind of weird, and I know, but instead of focusing so much on the ground, start taking pictures of the trees and on the edge of the forest. This is a really good time of year, by the way, to do it. At least in my neck of the woods, February. This is one of the things. One of the other things we're doing. Me and JT have talked about slowing down as far as doing the Sasquatch Confession of Friends, because I was busting my butt off this. I mean, like, to give you an example, I spent a day plus to do an intro for the show tonight from Mike Patterson, and I'm just like, I'm killing myself, man, doing this stuff. And then you know, there's always this variable that shows, you know, he decided he wanted to call off for what his own personal reasons. I'm not knocking him. That's what he decided to do. And maybe someday, if he ever does a show with me again, if he might want to talk about it. Maybe he won't want to talk about it. I don't know. I'm not going to force it on him. But my point is, I put like hundreds of hours in those. And me and JT actually did like 9 or 10 shows. 9 official, like, well, 8 official Sasquatch and Confession of Friends, and then 2 other ones. And that's just a lot of time and energy. And JT is starting a new job because he needs to raise money so he can get his own equipment and supplies so he can start doing his own thing. You know what I mean? As far as, because I think he realizes now he needs more than his phone to do this. That he's going to need a desktop computer, some monitors. He's going to have to pay for like the StreamYard, because we've been using my StreamYard, and we all agreed to that. I mean, I was more than happy to help out. I mean, it was JT's idea, and I went along with it because, well, like I said, I love my bro, JT. JT is, you know, he's a good guy, man. He means well. You know, he's trying to do the best he can. You know what I mean? But he's got a lot of life transitions, things going on, and he just needs to work on himself right now. And I need to work on myself too. This is so time consuming. People don't realize how time consuming it is just to have 2 shows a week. Because, you know, you got to find the guests, you got to research them. You might already know them, but then you got to research them for real. You got to watch a lot of videos. You got to make the intro video. And I think that's, for me, that's my strategy, is a way of demonstrating that I'm serious about them and that I want them to be. I mean, even like Brian Bland and Mike Harrell, you know, and even though we had a little bit of falling out with Mike and Brian, doesn't like me. That's okay. I guarantee you, I put a lot of time into Brian Bland, researching him, making nice intro videos, showing some respect. And I know it was reciprocated, nor was I expecting it. And but it's just like you get a point, you're just like, I need a break. You know what I mean? I need a break. This is a lot of work, and I got all these other things I got to deal with. And so it's not really it just is what it is. It's hard to do it. We tried it, and it's this whole like co-hosting thing, and the two people doing it. There's a reason why there's not that many of them. And usually, if they are, they're like twins or they're really, really tight friends, really tight. Because personalities and just lives and distractions and everything else is impossible. I mean, we tried it for a month. I hope he joins me next 2 Saturdays from now with the one with Henry Franzoni, because I think that JT would enjoy it. But I just think we need to take a break. Says here, these many beings to think were the first created upright beings. That's smart, huh? Yeah, well, I think that's probably probable, right? I think, if you're still there, Diesel, to me, it's clear that we're some type of hybrid. We don't fit the evolutionary. Editing videos is time consuming as heck. It really is, just to make a freaking 4 to 5 minute video. It takes a lot of time. First, you got to find the material. Then you got to, then record it. Then you got to sync up the audio, and then you got to make it flow so that it means something. I rather squatch more than sitting sit at him editing videos. I enjoy it right now. I don't mind doing it once in a while, especially now in the wintertime, because it's like I'm not gonna go out and do anything. But I know most likely next week I'm gonna start, if not sooner, I'm gonna start doing my field research, because now this you can get in the 50s and 60s. It's comfortable, and when it gets like 30 below, it's not good for my camera anyways. And secondly, I don't like it. I'm too old for it. I got nothing to prove to anybody. In due time, I'll eventually get all my videos over. Yeah, it takes a long time, man. And the thing is, it will catch up with you too, sovereign cosmic wild man. Next thing you know, you don't have enough time. You got backlog of a year or 2 years. Just like, when I go out and I film stuff, I expect fully that for every hour that I'm out filming, I'm going to spend at least, there's a good chance of spending 10 times the amount looking through the images, trying to find what possibly is something there, weeding out pareidolia from what looks like some kind of manifestation. So it takes a long time to do it, and plus going out is good exercise. Yeah, well, it's a hell of a lot more fun doing the field research. It's and that's why most guys, I see what they do and I understand why they do it, right? First of all, human nature is, it takes a lot of work to do the editing, looking through the images, the videos, to really spend the time. So I know a lot of guys, what they do is just go out and film and then hope somebody else is going to do it for them or spot something. But I'm not going to do that. I don't. First of all, I've trained my eye so I can find things, right? And secondly, I just like, I don't know. I just feel kind of, for me, it's not personal. I don't feel right about having someone else do the hard work. like literally going through videos, pausing it, slowing it down, really paying attention, snipping images out, really breaking down the images. It's a hell of a lot easier just going and tromp around the woods. But the problem is, if you're just slowly going to do that, you're going to miss out on what I could say is 99% of something in the woods, which is not Sasquatch. It's all the other things. You know what I mean? There's more things in the woods, as I'm showing people, and in the trees than Sasquatch. And as cool as Sasquatch is, there's a bigger picture out there that I believe our ancestors were trying to tell us all along anyways. whether it was First Nations people or our ancestors in Europe when they talked about like fairies and leprechauns and all the dwarfs and all the and fays and on it goes. And then there's the people's traditions in Central America and South America and all over the world, Africa and Asia. And, you start realizing that there's a whole ecology out there that's just running parallel with us, right? There's more than just orbs. There's more than just aliens. There's more than just UFOs. There's a whole bunch of things. And I think a whole bunch of things are being misinterpreted as UFOs and aliens and Sasquatch and on it goes, right? And if you don't train your eyes and it's a weird process, it really is. But this is how I see it. At one time, a long time, actually I was still, even a year ago, was still contemplating, the whole thing about demons. And maybe and I still believe there are entities that have bad intent, just like human beings, right? There's good and bad, right? We live in a dualistic system, so there's going to be good and bad, right? Just the way it is. And many times in the system that we live in, I call it a soul trap matrix because, especially if you believe in reincarnation. If you believe in reincarnation, which I question a little bit, but if you do, then we live in what's called a system that has reincarnation as amnesia. Then, a memory swipe. We don't remember our previous lives. And I find that very sinister and wrong, especially if we're supposed to be learning all these new things. We have all these new, learning and supposed to, building upon our wisdom and becoming a better person. But here's another thing, too. Another side is people do talk about is just imagine if you did, say you reincarnated 60, 100 times, 1,000 times, maybe just 3 times. Just imagine having to remember all the things that you went through in previous lives and the cluttered mess it would be and how overwhelming it would be, compounded with the chaos and the confusion that's going on in the physical realm. So that's an issue that's all right. But the biggest thing for me is when you think about this place, there's a lot of big issues. It's like somehow we were hoodwinked, tricked. We probably maybe agreed to come here one way or the other. If we're filming this stuff, and some of it is us and the ethereal or parallel universes or in the astral plane or blah, 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 all these things. And it is us, our ancestors, our relatives, etc. And then, there's a lot of things wrong with this place. And I don't see the value in the suffering and the pain that we go through. I don't see how it's really it makes you it makes you grow, really. I don't think it's, all you have to do is just start researching and just pay attention to the suffering that's going on right now in Asia and parts of Europe, in Africa, and children and all the ridiculous things that they go through. Just think about this too. We're like this clean slate for the first 7 years. We're like a sponge. And that screws us up so bad. Here's another thing, too. We're the first 7 years or 12 years or more, we can't do crap. Now, we can do gymnastics and run around and act like little savages, but thinking is like, it's a process. Developing your mind it's like something you really have to do. It's like a muscle, right? Just like your body. And most people, there's some brilliant children out there. For most of us, we're just average. We don't know how to fend for ourselves. It's a mess. It's almost like something designed us to be slaves. You know what I'm saying? When you think about the body and the limited capacity that we have as children, how we're just so easily, we're like sponges. We're just easily indoctrinated and in the first 7 years of our lives. And you may say you're not one of those people, but every one of us is that way. Some are worse than most are very pliable, right? And it takes years to kind of really reflect upon what the hell you went through the first 20 years of your life, and you realize, man, the people that told me the stuff that I thought would really know what they're talking about didn't know much more than what I knew. They just were parroting and regurgitating things, right? And that's a problem that we have, that the human condition is a serious freaking problem. If we were naturally into this place, all the stuff about these beings wouldn't be new to us, and we would always and we would have always known. I agree with you. This stuff, I don't like. Some people say, well, you have to be one of the chosen ones, or you're like, there's something special about you, why you figure this stuff out. And I'm thinking to myself, this is so wrong. A lot of people say like Sasquatch is omnipresent, right? Omnipotent, almost like a godlike, a demigod, like type of thing. Well, then Sasquatch is responsible for keeping us stupid. I mean, why didn't they all talk to us early on? Well, you know what I mean? Why did they talk to a whole bunch of us as children and really communicate with us and really mind speak and really teach us the things that we really needed to know, so that we weren't a virus to this place, right? That we live more in harmony with the place and the environment. I mean, most people, I watch my son. He's just like everyone else. He's a mess. Everywhere he goes, he's like Dennis the Menace, like every other 12-year-old boy is, right? Unless you teach someone, you got to pick after yourself and not throw everything over the ground and floor, that you're going to do the same thing outdoors you can do here, right? If you don't learn, someone doesn't teach you to, appreciate what you have physically and et cetera, then you're just not going to know. You just literally, we like all have like this self-destructive button in us, every single one of us. That's why most of us are addicts. Because we're not supposed to be here. Don't fully trust. That's there's a lot of truth with it. It seems like we were, something trapped us to come here. Something hoodwinked us, but that's not our fault. That's whatever did that, our fault. And I think that like Sasquatch could like mind speak to us and like help us all out, and really as children, and really, it's supposed to be so. And I'm not saying that they don't have these amazing abilities, and they're not they have amazing capacities and abilities, but I think that they're not omnipresent, they're not omniscient, they're not godlike. They're just another type of being, human being, a type of people, right? They're they got their own flaws just like we do, right? But they're not perfect. They're not like got it all figured out. And I just hate to disappoint, because if they really were all that, then why don't work with a whole bunch of us? And why not really wake us up? Not why not really help us to come out of the amnesia that we're all in? Why only a few people? And then when you do talk to the few people, they don't have that much more of answers than anyone else. You know what I mean? They don't. I don't. I know I don't. And everyone that I've talked to so far, they might be a little more aware of what's going on, but they don't have not that many more answers than anyone else. So at the end of the day, we're still stuck in the same boat. See, Lloyd Pye's everything you know is wrong. Yeah, I remember watching that several times, that video. Seminal lecture everyone should watch, and I definitely watched it several times in the past. And it breakdowns how we are not native to this realm. Yeah. And the thing is, you don't even need Lloyd Pye to point it out. All you have to use is be observant. right? I mean, it's just very basic. We need clothing. We need shelter. We don't live in harmony. And here's the thing: people say we have overpopulation, right? So let's say we reduce the population by 95%, like the oligarchs and the Georgia Guidestones talked about. All right, it's still 5%. It's still screwed up. It's still just going to be a virus displaced anyways. And so maybe what they'll do is through transhumanism, they'll change us so that we're more obedient slaves. Well, our masters are still going to be screwed up. So this is, it might be better for a certain class of oligarchs and people, but for most of us, I mean, as far as the planet goes in this place, it's still going to be a virus. If you're a hybrid with these beings, I feel whatever the other half of us is have these beings in the back and took their tech, and we now live outside of nature and separate from it all. Well, if you look at the story, that's one thing. The one thing that in the Bible is look at the story of Jacob and Esau. And Esau is a perfect candidate for a Sasquatch. And what did Jacob do? He betrayed Esau, right? And Jacob is the fair-skinned one, the one that lives in tents. Esau was hairy as a goat from his head to his over his whole body. And man of the wild, man of the forest, the man of the fields. All right. I think that's exactly what probably happened. But you know what? It's not really not all our fault. It's the designers, the creators, whatever created the hybrid. That's their fault. We're like a screw up, and we're living in the screw up. And you start realizing that we're all screwed and screwed up. We realize that something else did it. And now we're living in this meat suit with its limitations. And it's easy to hate on us. But when you really step back and look at it, who's the one doing it or who created it, and those same things that have made us this hybrid, whatever that is, who want us to treat them like demigods or gods themselves, they're the ones responsible for it. And I think people should not forget about that. Whoever made us a hybrid, they're the ones responsible for it. Right? The buck stops where? Is it us, really? Something to think about. And if there's a reset that comes, maybe some of us are being looked at close that you see it. Well, you know what? And to be saved, maybe. Or maybe the people, the things, the entities that shafted us in the first place and turned us into hybrids, maybe they need to be held accountable. That's what I see. You know what I mean? Because, if I don't think we were given a choice how we were designed. And we have to suffer with the consequences of how we're designed. Nearly 5,000 genetic flaws alone. Supposedly, we only have the capacity to use about 5% of the brain. Our brain is like a reduction valve. What made us to be this loosh factory in which we produce all this like food for the other things, around us, these archonic forces, if you will. It's these parasitic forces that seem to live off our emotions and our anger and our frustration and our feelings. You know what I mean? Something designed us that way. Whoever designed us, they're the ones responsible. If it's simply just nature, the nature is responsible for it. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, try to really, we should, not work on ourselves and work on it and even collectively to try to do better. But we can't even agree on what doing better is. That's the brutal reality of it, right? So, look how difficult it is for us just to cooperate together. Look how difficult it is to get a group of people to stay unified for any length of time. I mean, and then we hear all this stuff about unity, right? And someday we'll all be united in one. And I'm just like, I don't know where you're not paying attention to what's going on around you. You know what I mean? I think maybe it's your fantasy or your dream, but we're not even designed to do that. We're very tribal like, right? You say it's all genes and genetics and evolution. Okay. So we'll say it's all that stuff, right? We still have somehow overcome all that. The genes and evolution and the biological suit that we're in order to have this quote unquote harmony and this peace and love and this great to evolve. And when I hear these people, they claim they're evolving, I'm just like, they're talking on both sides of their mouth. You know what I mean? It all sounds good, but they're just as fucked up as everyone else is. Right? They really are. The only difference, they're in total denial about the fact of how fucked up they are. That's all. They just figured out some words and a way to package it and to pair it so that it sounds like they're they got their shit together, but I don't know anybody's got their shit together. I said some people are pretty good at being persuasive and convincing people long enough to be fooled. But if you spend any time with anybody, you're going to see the flaws. I mean, if you spend any time paying to me and has followed me over the years, has seen many flaws that I have. I try to do the best I can, but there's times, the monkey mind, that the thing that's racing inside my head. I mean, I'm like demon. I'm having imaginary arguments with everybody under the sun, and I'm like, this is so wasted time, and it's so pointless, and and you still got to go through it. And it's like, well, okay, is I hungry, lonely, tired, angry? What do I do to manage it? Take a nap, eat food. I mean, it's almost like the only way to deal with all the crap that's going on between my ears, and I think that's going on with everyone else too, is just sleep it off or not exist at all, basically, right? Not exist at all in the meat suit that we're in. And I just find that at some point you got to, you have to work on your side of the street, right? Do the best you can to improve as a human being. But we all have our limitations, right? No one's ever going to be perfect. No one's ever going to be the Ubermensch, whatever that is, the Superman, right? We're all going to fail each other, fail ourselves. The body's going to fall apart. It's going to get sick. It's going to get ill. A lot of you guys are young, so you're not like maybe have the health issues that you will eventually have, right? And you might think, but maybe this could be the clearest that you're ever going to think in your entire life is where you're at right now. And some crazy thing's going to happen, some accidents, some food you eat, the water you drink, on it goes, and you're going to just deteriorate, and you're going to maybe end up with Parkinson's disease or cancer or all sorts of crap that you go through, right? I mean, there's a lot of crap that we go through, right? It's a miracle that, and it's a testament of our own fortitude that we survive the crap that we do go through. We should give ourselves credit about that, you know what I mean? Because a lot of us have gone through like dysfunctional families and relationships and work environment, and we're still even have any capacity of having any element of hope or to change it all. The whole thing about free will is very limited. There's so many things that influenced who you and I are. You know what I mean? Our upbringing, our parents, genetics, who educated us, who indoctrinated us. That's a better way of saying it. What class you were born in. It depends on how difficult your life's going to be. And you just add it all together and you're just like, you know what? I'm doing the best I can, but at some point, there's like, I can't be held responsible for everything. I can't, and nor can you. None of us can. Whatever designed us and shoved us in this place, that's responsible. I thought same thing, whether it's the Demiurge, whatever these, if it's a entity, a super force, or a collection of forces or beings. See, we're still guess. We can't even figure out whether they're aliens or it's God or whatever the hell it is, right? We can't figure any of this shit out. I mean, the way they designed the whole thing, we can't even figure out who they are. But there's something, or what it is. Yet, internally, and most of us realize there's some kind of external force. If it's nothing more than nature itself, but most of us, I think more of that and say, what? There's really something else out there that's really shafted us. And we can spend a lot of time blaming it on other human beings, and certainly they are an instrument in our own misery and our own misfortune, but they're just as much screwed over as we are. You know what I mean? So this whole thing about, it's human beings, it's all his fault. It's our own fault. We can't be, like say Jesus said, you can't be trusted, right? Well, what made us not to be trusted? Certainly they could have interjected, should have done something. Instead, they seem to don't give a crap at all about any of it. They just, in fact, they seem to like the confusion, the misery, the suffering, the pain, the wars, the madness. It's almost like we were designed specifically to do something, like to be a virus in this place. Like maybe that's part of our role in terraforming this place, right? That we're supposed to, how do I say this? Because I don't believe there's too many people. If you really pay attention, there's plenty of space out there. And we're compacted. And what it looks like a lot of people are a lot of cars and highways and buildings. But if you break it all down, even with the millions and billions of people, especially out in the Western, but we're compacted in these cities and these, and it's not like it's even our will to even be there. We're forced in there, right? Our parents, our grandparents, everybody's forced into these ridiculous scenarios. It's amazing that we still survive. That there's not more war, there's not more violence than there actually is. And if you just, what made us become? We can say all day long that it was just like indoctrination, is of course like racism and judging each other by the color or the pigment, because all we are different shades of brown, right? And all you have to do is just get a piece of white paper and a piece of black paper and put it in next to you, and you realize you're neither black or white. Even the whitest person, supposed whitest person, and the darkest person, you get some people get darn close where they're albino, or some people are really, really, close to black, but we're not black. You just so it's like we're just different shades of brown, right? And we come from what decided to divide us up into like these different parts of the world, and to look different and to have different features and all that kind of stuff. It's like something actually wanted us to have nothing but chaos, anger, frustration, hatred, anything that will generate these emotions so they can feed upon us. You know what I mean? And we constantly, all of us are working on this stuff, right? And checking ourselves, and we all fuck up. I mean, it's right? We'll all say that, I'm not racist, and then, or bigoted, and next thing you know, we'll do something racist or bigoted. And you're just like, well, what the fuck? How did that come from? How did that happen? And then we try to blame it on just cultural things. You know what I mean? And you start to realize there's something deeper going on here, right? Because like most people realize, like that judging each other by the color of your skin or your background is like the biggest pile of bullshit. You don't want that in your life. I don't want that in my life. Yet it keeps on happening. We keep on doing it to each other, one way or another. You're just like, and no matter how hard we try, there's always something fucking wrong. So you know what I mean? I'm not trying to be a downer here. I'm just asking people to really get honest about what we're going through. Give each other a break. You know what I mean? And maybe start pointing the finger on the things or thing that designed us. Maybe it's time those things or that thing are held accountable. You know what I'm saying? That maybe we should start pointing the finger instead of, it's important, to work on our side of the street and to improve as much as we can, right? But whatever designed us, that is responsible. It truly is. That's what's responsible for all this the bullshit that we're going through. Because if it had the capacity to do what it's doing now, to design us, then it certainly has the capacity to change things. And when you realize that free will is very limited at best and it's an illusion in its own right, then it even becomes more self-evident that whatever this thing is, it could be nothing more than nature. That's a lot of materialists want it to be. A lot of people are atheists. They want it to be nothing but nature. So be it. Then it's nature's fault. But those of us who believe that there's who realize you're looking at some of it that are around us, the external forces or different external beings. You're looking at the image that's behind me. Then you have to ask yourself, well, who's responsible for all this chaos? Who's responsible for all this division, not only among ourselves, but us and these other entities? What created this predacious, violent system that we live under, in which everything's eating everything, right? That's why I think you should, pay attention. Maybe, just think about what Bob Monroe's, little, when he brought up about the loosh. Just go pay attention to that video. Go look up loosh, Bob Monroe, and just watch the video and contemplate a little bit. Maybe there's some truth to all that. Maybe there are archonic forces, there's entities. Maybe part of what we're seeing up in the sky are these things that, is causing, us to see these cryptids and other entities is responsible for it. Because they certainly could have designed a situation, an environment, a system in which there could be more harmony between all of us, different entities, beings, creations, or creatures. But they didn't do that. They designed a complete opposite. Yet, a lot of us internally, our souls want that, right? We want that harmony, that peace. We want that, And people say, well, you got to have this, the yin and yang thing, the opposites, black and white, night and day. We need to have this good and evil. Do we really? I could certainly live without any evil. And if you really want that, and if you're God, which the Bible makes very clear that God did create evil, the Bible, and if that's your God, then and you worship it and believe in it, then you're something wrong with you. The bare minimum, you don't know what you're worshiping. The worst is that you actually dig this evil stuff. And everybody doesn't have a problem with it as long as it's not directed at you, but it will be directed at you at some point. And so then you have to live with that, and you're just like, this is just so screwed up. And you're just like, well, what am I really learning outside of just patience, right? Talk about patience. What is patience, really? It's just to accept the suffering and the misery you're going through, right? Or, and I think most of us deep down inside want to be giving and caring and sharing, but we're forced in situations where we have to make decisions where it's me or them. And all I know is if I was the creator, if I was creating this joint, I would not create it any way that it is today, or what it was 1,000 years ago, or 100,000 years ago, or whatever. I would have, for one thing, I have empathy and compassion. So therefore, what that means is I would actually care about other people and the suffering not only for myself, but other entities and beings. And I would really say, you know what? This is bullshit. They're not getting anything out of this. There's no growth in this. So we live in this very weird system, you know what I mean? And I just, you know what I'm saying? And I know if it, God is a vague term, that's for sure. And it's dog. God is backwards is dog. I stay tuned to everything, and I heard even the spirit realm that they are tired of this balanced bullshit about needing to have evil around. So we learn we're beyond that. Evil doesn't have to exist. You're absolutely right. It doesn't have to. Yet it does. And if we really have these things, these entities are so amazingly and powerful, omnipresent, omnipotent, whatever, then why don't they just do something about it? Honestly, they should do something about it. And if there is such a thing out there, which like we call, the Great Spirit, and if it has a conscience, and it wants, it's obviously this twisted conscience. It wants us to have a conscience. It wants us to change, but it's not changing. It's not changing, man. It's a double standard. It wants us to try to be perfect while it doesn't bother. It don't even care. So who really is the more superior of entities? Is it us, human beings? And what is superiority, right? And what do you want in life? I mean, I want peace. I want to be a decent person. I want to try to be a good person. And at times I fail at it. And then in retrospect, like, what the fuck? What the hell's wrong with me? You know what I mean? Why do I struggle? Why does everyone else struggle with it? You know what I mean? And they'll say, oh, it takes a lifetime, and it takes lifetimes and lifetimes. But I'm just like, BS. You know what lifetime is here? You get older, worn out, and too tired to freaking be fighting and arguing. The big trick is they pulled on us is the mind game. Yeah, and the mind itself and the reduction valve called the brain. That supposedly, amazingly, we can only use a very small percentage of it. They claim, right? So why not just improve it? Why not improve it like 50% on the positive side, so that then we actually can like be more harmonious with the nature and environment and with Sasquatch and all these things. Doesn't want it. That's why, because they would have done it. And it just wants to convince us that we're guilty of it. And I'm not saying we're not supposed to try to be good people and care about our family, our neighbors, and be decent towards each other. Far from it. I think we need to do it for each other, so that for survival and for own sanity, we need to be decent to each other and to our neighbors, even when they're not being decent to us, right? But the thing of the matter is that these things, or this thing, or whatever you want to call God, the gods, the entities, the archons, they're responsible for this. And at some point you have to say, you know what, I'm doing the best I can. And I honestly, when I get on the other side, if there is another side, which I believe there is, I plan on giving them hell. That's what I plan on doing. And I'm sure they're going to give me hell back, right? And they're going to throw everything in the kitchen sink at me. But you know what? At this point, I don't give a crap. You know what I mean? I don't care if it's a all-consuming fire, or it looks like a 500-foot Sasquatch, or it could, send me to hell for all eternity. All I can say is, you suck, whatever you are that's out there that caused all of us to be so divided, to cause all this pain and suffering. You suck. You want to call it God, you want to call it whatever, I'm saying it sucks. It's an awful thing. Why not design us so that, by the time you're 12, you're capable of fending for yourself, right? Really, fending for yourself, or in all aspects. Why not, if you're really all that caring and loving of a God, why don't you stop children from being molested and the suffering and pain? Why don't you start out by, just eradicating all children hospitals and never having a need for a children's hospital again? Why not overcome all the evil designs that are out there, right? Why not stop fluoride in the water? Why not stop all the chemtrail? Why not stop all the jibbity jab stuff? Why not stop all the war? They could do that. There's still enough suffering and pain in this world that if they stopped all that stuff, they could still feed upon it. They don't want that to happen. Clearly, these entities that we call gods or beings, angels, whatever, want anything further than you to be happy and at peace. I mean, the number of people that are traumatized is shocking. And it seems like the people that are most traumatized are the ones that are like, they put on this game of being really positive. You know what I mean? It's all about love. And then you're like, okay, let's step back and let's have a serious conversation. Oh, no, don't shatter my illusion. It's all about love. Well, great. Well, then why don't you entities just show us once perfectly what love is? Because there's an awful lot of people that perform it. Man, do they perform awfully well. And they'll convince everybody they're nothing but lovey-dovey stuff and they care about you and nature and trees and all that. But they'll just, the next breath, they'll be talking behind your back and gossiping, and they'll be freaking joining their cliques. And it's all the same thing. It's just a performance. It's just a way to make people feel good about themselves, meanwhile denying the fact that there's something seriously wrong with themselves. And that at some point, you know what? Maybe, once again, the things that made us are the ones who are responsible. And maybe we should be a little pissed off and angry about it. Maybe we should challenge these things. At some point, you look at the system and you say, man, we got to fix the system. We got to fix this place. The more you realize, there's no fixing of this place. This place was specifically designed for the way it is, and it runs perfectly fine. Now, I'm not trying to get people to be all desperate and give up. I just ask you to step back and really think about it. This place was designed to be exactly the way it is, and it's running perfectly. It's not good for you and I. It's not good for most of the entities and beings and life forms in this place, but it's perfectly great for whatever designed this. Because if it wasn't, they could have done something about it a long time ago, and they don't do nothing about it. They like it. It likes it. Whatever it is likes it. And we just have to come to terms with that and say, you know what? I think, for one thing, you should be bowing down to any of this stuff. Here's another thing, too, when it comes to Sasquatch and Bigfoot and all that kind of stuff. When people hear this stuff in the woods, I think, it's just like, maybe we should start saying, you know what? Stop hiding. Stop acting like you're afraid. You know I can't do anything to you, so why are you hiding from me? And why hurt me? Why, you know I'm just as victimized in this situation as you are. That may be something to think about. You know what I mean? Why hide? You know what I mean? There's no reason to hide, I mean, unless you're trying to say that we're more powerful. Mark Humphreys, he yells at them sometimes. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think it's absolutely good. I think it's a fantastic idea. I think it's a fantastic idea. I do it too sometimes. I get so mad at them. I don't do it anymore, but there was times I used to break their tree structures. Whatever's designing, I'm so pissed off at what they're putting me through. I'm like, I can't even trust you guys. I mean, I can't trust these people and the power structure, the the religions, the politics, my teachers, my schools, 99% of what's on the internet, and I can't trust you guys either. I mean, what the fuck did I do to anybody? I didn't ask to, you know what? And people say, oh yeah, you did. You asked to be here. And I'm like, I don't think I really asked to be here. Isn't this interesting? We went from Stan Gordon's interview to me doing this. Now you know what's really on my mind, right? But I didn't ask for this. And people say, oh yes, you did. And I said, well, maybe I was fooled into coming here. And maybe you were fooled as well. But you know what? If somebody was straight about what was going on in the first place, no way in a million years would I be like, oh, this is such a wonderful. Unless, here's even a more worse situation, that in the ethereal realm and the astral plane and all these different layers, even when you get closer to quote unquote God, it sucks so bad that it's better off to be here in the pain and the suffering, which, you know what, that really is disturbing. When you can think about this, or you get that point where you can actually ask yourself a question, you mean that being here might be better than on the other side? That's really fucked up. These are good points, things that need to be aired out. Thanks, man. Diplomacy between us and Bigfoot can happen with food, and no one says no to Whooper. Okay. I don't think we need to have any diplomacy for Sasquatch. Sasquatch is if it's an interdimensional being, and it has these, which I do believe, and from what I can tell and what I've seen, they're above us. They're in a better position than us. So I don't see the point. And people say, well, Sasquatch doesn't want to be with us because they don't trust us, like Diesel said. And maybe that's the case. But you know what? Why punish us? Maybe that's one of the reasons why they don't really mess with us that much. I mean, they might scare the shit out of us when we see them. But, like we were talking with Stan Gordon, it's like the accounts of really negative things happening to people are very, they're just, I don't know anything in my lifetime that's definitive that's really bad that it happened between human beings and Sasquatch. I mean, I was scared shitless for 3 days. It was the worst time of my life, right? Maybe it was necessary to wake me up, right? Clearly, a part of it was the waking up process. But the bigger question in all this is the entities and the things that kept me and billions of others right now and billions before me ignorant and in the dark about this stuff. In the end of the day, these entities are the ones that are responsible for causing any kind of conflict between us and Sasquatch, not us, right? Or any other entity. They're the ones responsible for it because they could have done something about it. They still can do. We can't do shit about any of this. I mean, we can play lovey-lovey and say, end up like worshiping these things a little bit, but you know what I mean? Or showing some empathy for them, right? It's Sasquatch, but Sasquatch is limited in how it can respond to us about it. That's the truth. Or else it would be like, oh, this is great. Let's just hang out and have powwow all the time. That doesn't happen. Even those who are even close with Sasquatch. As much as they want to say otherwise, there's no evidence. There's nothing. It's just, they've convinced themselves there is something. Meanwhile, the shit show still goes on. All right? If there's these really extraterrestrial beings out there who have all this great technology and so it's so much wiser than us, why don't they really use that wisdom and that great technology to make our lives better, this place better? They don't do it. In fact, if anything, if there is anything going on, it seems like they allow the worst of us to get a hold of what little technology there might be and create weapons of destruction with it. Well, that's just a great idea. And you know what I mean? And they allow people to do it. They could have stopped it in any way, unless we're really talking about things that aren't that really that powerful. Or, it's easy to say, that they're evil or they're it's just benevolence or malevolence type of thing. I just think that they're just as fucked as we are. That's what the problem is. I honestly think that they're just as screwed as we are, and I think they're limited. Yeah, some deal was made, and I don't disagree with that. But obviously something's benefiting for that deal. It's not just a group of people. We definitely live in a caste system, whether it's the West, East. It's a caste system, but it could have been, and obviously we as human beings don't have the capacity to fix it as much as we want to believe that we have these supernatural powers to fix the situation. We don't. They don't. The people in Washington or the inner city of London or the Vatican or Jerusalem or Moscow or Beijing, and the power structures and the cabals and the criminal gangsters, what I mean, in their suits and ties. It's funny. Here's the thing. It's just sidestep. So we talk about the gangs and inner city, drug dealing and all that kind of stuff, and right, how terrible they are. But all they are is they're just a weaker version of what's going on in Washington, D.C. When I say weaker, that means they just don't have the same resources. I mean, the number one drug dealer in the West is the United States government. Right? I mean, that's pretty much, who do you think's bringing all the frickin' what is the government? The government is nothing more than an instrument of the oligarchs to rule over the masses. So all this tainted heroin and everything came from, we pay taxes for it to come back and kill us. You know what I mean? It never fucking ends. And so the thing is, you can easy to start pointing the finger at the Vatican, and there's plenty to point at. They're awful. Right? They're absolutely freaking awful. But you take them out, and something's going to fill that vacuum, and it's still going to be awful. It's like in this place, the worse you are, the higher you raise to the top. The cream of the crop, right? As they say, is or worse that they're brilliantly conniving, shysters, criminal minds. That's what it is. I'm not taking responsibility for the Bidens of the world or the Donald Trumps for that matter, or anything else. I'm not. So you voted for him. Well, I stopped voting a long time ago when I realized it was just a freaking game. It's called political theater for a reason. And all it is just an illusion, right? People say, I got to talk about politics. All right, don't talk about the reality of it. Go pretend. Go live in your fantasy. You know what I mean? It's still not going to change a fucking thing. Nothing's going to change at all. You know what? There could be a million of you doing positive vibes and all that kind of stuff, and it's you're not the first people. This is not the first rodeo to think of this stuff, and it's not changing. So maybe we need to start redirecting our energy towards not hating on, say, Sasquatch or whatever, each other, but on blaming and putting the finger at whatever put us here. And this is thing. It's made a situation in which we don't even don't even have the choice to figure out if they even exist for real or not. If aliens exist, if there's arcana forces, if there's a God, right? So we're put in a situation where you're pretty much going to just be, well, I don't believe in this stuff. There's no evidence in any of this stuff. I'm just going to call myself an atheist. And that doesn't make you a bad person, by the way. There's a lot of really good people who are atheists. They just don't believe in the God, right? They still can do good. And there's a lot of really terrible people that believe in a God, right? But it's fun. But just because you call yourself an atheist or believe in God doesn't mean that you're not designed to do fucking shitty things, right? That which created us should be responsible, You know, I mean, if you look at what's going on today, one of the big things is man's attempt to override nature, right? And in the process, destroying nature and our future, as far as on this thing we call Earth. I mean, at the end of the day, all anything that anybody can do is you have this moment, you have today, you have tomorrow to make the most of it, to try to get through it, to try to be sane, try to do something good for somebody else, and try to be a positive influence. If you're raging and you're full of anger and you need to work on yourself, you know what I mean? You really do. Maybe see a shrink. Really start working on why you're angry. Do your shadow work. Why so you have some peace, so that maybe you bring some peace around you. But we're still what we are, man. We still freaking have to. I mean, even those who are vegans, they're just not very honest about it, but they're eating living things. Yeah, we all do, don't we? We all have good and bad in us. Just think about what you just said there, Montana Black. We all have good and bad in us. What made us to have the good and bad in us? You know, and we could try to blame it on ourselves and blame it on our parents and blame it on society and go through the same rodeo and the same old circular reasoning. But at the end of the day, if there is a creative force, if there's a creator or creators, they're responsible. If it's nature, then it's responsible. And all the evolving in the world. I mean, there's so many new age gurus I know, and when you get to know them personally, they're just as fucking evil and just as full of shit as everyone else. They just know how to freaking say it, to sell their books, to convince people to pay for their, for their rent and everything else. I mean, they're just good at persuading people. That's all they are. Convincing people that they got their shit together when their shit stinks just like everyone else. So you have to ask yourself, why is the good and bad? Why the dualistic system? And there's nothing good about any of that. When you really break it down, it's really sick. If it was you, I mean, I truly believe, if you believe in God, that you're probably far superior than that God. You have more compassion, you have more love, you have more empathy, you have more anything that whatever this thing is that we call God. Why do I know that? Because the God that people talk about has never demonstrated any empathy, any love, or any compassion. But you have. Case in point, if you believe in the Abrahamic religions and the gods, whether Muslim or Christian or whatever, then you believe in a God that literally will punish you for it making you the way you are. I mean, if you're really whacked out, then you believe in the hell. And that's really, they're going to send you to hell. I mean, would you do it? I mean, I don't care. You could have a son or daughter, and they've made the most stupid things they've ever done, and they've done some terrible things. But if you really care about your children, you're going to love them regardless. You're going to try to do the best you can for them. You're going to provide for them. Hell, we love our cats and dogs better than God loves us. So I just don't see any logic in believing in that stuff. It's a way of make you feel good, to be in your delusion, to be in your fantasy. But the fact of the matter is, you love your cat, your dog better than God loves you. And there's a mountain of evidence for that. Now, if there is no God, then we're back to these archonic forces. They created us, right? Or if it's just simply biology and evolution, we live in a very violent, volatile, predacious system that, we just have to come to terms with and say, you know what? There is no God. We live in a very violent place. And do I want to be part of it? Do I want to represent it? And I noticed something, for me at least, in order to work on myself, I have to spend a lot of time isolated. Because the more time I spend with anybody, I start seeing the dark side of me and the dark side of that person, and things are about to happen. You know what I mean? I mean, it takes a lot of, just to have like a truly healthy relationship with a human being, another human being, a wife or a woman or whatever. I mean, that's a lot of work. It's a lot of frustration. That's a lot of, it's just ridiculous from what it is. What's going on, Barry Browning? If we are the hybrid, and half of the horse is love, the other thing is evil. The elites feed us evil and poison and tip the balance in their favor. Right. Plus, Sasquatch is not helping us out by, these entities. If okay, so our other half, or if we are like half Sasquatch or Bigfoot or something like that, right? Then I don't see any demonstration of them helping out in the matter. I mean, I know not hurting the matter, but they're not helping the matter. They believe that they have the right shit together when they're shit. It's true, man. That's right. So, yeah, it is true. Isolation is a gift, Mountain Black. That's what I said. Best thing that ever happened to me was just to spend time alone. Not to be in a relationship with anybody as far as a woman. I mean, I'm still a single father and still have a relationship with his son and all that. But really spend time alone and just take care of the inner child, right? I'm not saying it's wrong to be in a relationship, but I know for me personally, I needed it, right? So isolation is a gift for me. A lot of people, they can't handle it. But when you spend time alone, you start to realize you've always been alone anyways. You and the person that you're interfacing with are just pretending a game, pretending that you're not alone. You still got to deal with yourself. You still got to live with yourself. And here's the thing: and until you can learn to accept yourself, you know what I mean? The good, bad, and the ugly, and try to work on and try to be the best person that you can be. Hopefully, you're going to choose to do something that's more compassionate and empathetic towards others. You're going to be a positive force in the world instead of. But even then, because your choices and because other people, so a lot of people will never perceive your positive choices even being positive. They won't even recognize it. I don't know how many times I've done something nice for somebody else, and they didn't even pay attention. They didn't even know it happened. They didn't even recognize it. You know what I mean? They still hate your guts regardless of fact. You know what I mean? You're like, what the hell do you do? How do you fix the situation that's not fixable? You don't. And so instead of acting like an insane person and trying to, constantly trying to fix something that you have no control to fix, the only thing you do is control your responses. I think that's the best way of getting back at these things, these archonic forces, is to try to try to do everything you can to maintain your emotions and your emotional responses, right? To deny them the food, the loosh, the feed upon. That's the best way of telling them to screw off, right? Say, you know what? I know you want me to be really mad right now, or you want me to get super, super excited and act like and generate all this loose for you so you can feed upon it. I'm going to tell you what. No. I'm just going to try to stay as level as I possibly can, whatever means I have, and I'm just going to try to get through one more day at a time, and I'm just going to do the best I can, and fuck it if anybody else recognizes or cares about it. And if the rest of if all these, because I do believe in like regional forces and generational spirits and regional spirits and entities and all that. I think we are the show. We're all like on a stage, and there's all sorts of things watching us. And I just, I give them the middle finger and say, you know what? You could have done something about it. I don't owe you anything. I don't need to perform for you. I don't need to do anything for you. And I remind them if there is on the other side, I'm going to give them hell. I'm the one who's going to give them hell. I'm going to remind them of the billions of people before us who've suffered ridiculous lives. The people right now, the billions right now, are suffering ridiculously for no good reason, and the billion after, and say, you know what? You're the guys, you're the entities that could have done something about it, and you did fuck all. There'll be no bowing. In fact, I honestly think the best way out of the soul trap matrix is to, people talk about, trying to do personal sovereignty or that kind of stuff. I think it's to really to say, I can be my own person, my own entity. And I don't care if there's some school on the other side, or there's something's going to look like Jesus or Allah or Yahweh or whatever the fuck it's going to look like, or it's going to look like a Sasquatch, or it's going to. I got to say, you know what? All of you had an opportunity to do something better, and you didn't do it. So don't expect me to be joining your club. You know what I mean? I am not going to join your club. So I am going to remind you on the other side of all the things that you put me through, all the things you put all the people I care about through, all the people that I don't even know about that are going through the living hell. And I'm going to remind you that all the bullshit excuses you're going to give me are just that bullshit. They're rationalizations to justify the evil that you things created in the first place. You're responsible for it. Whether it's a god, or it's a super force, or it's a bunch of archonic entities, or whatever it may be. Maybe it's other human beings. I don't care where they come from, or I mean, there is absolutely no excuse for all the crap that they've caused. They could have done something about the oligarchs and the elite, as they call themselves. They could have done something about this hundreds of thousands of years ago. They did nothing about it. Nothing. That's what they did. And they're the ones that could, and they'll say it's about free will. And like, what free will? Did I have free will when I got MS? Would I have free will when I went every single day? My poor damn old man, my dad, he hated my guts. He reminded me every day that he hated my guts. I've come to terms with that. I understand that the poor man, he was going through his own living hell. And so I understand he was being used and manipulated, right? But that doesn't negate the fact that every fucking day of my life, I was reminded of how he hated my guts and hated my my existence, right? I'm not exaggerating about that. I don't hate my dad about that. I hate the things that caused this situation to happen. There's right now, people, there's some poor gal or boy right now being just brutally assaulted by somebody. It's probably their brother, sister, father, mother, whatever, doing all sorts of, and they don't do shit about it. In fact, they seem to love it. But we are supposed to go around and say, well, you need to be more positive. Well, I'm positive of one thing. I'm 100% positive of one thing. I'm holding them accountable for it. Whether it's God or whatever the fuck it is. These archonic forces, these parasitic entities that have influenced our minds, our emotions, our bodies. They created a meat suit that has nearly 5,000 genetic flaws. A meat suit that has got a spinal column that's absolutely screwed. A brain that we only have a capacity of harnessing maybe 5-10% of it, allegedly. A body that needs, the addicts. And by the way, even if you quit, say, doing the hard drugs or smoking cigarettes or quit drinking, you're still an addict. Yeah, most of us are sugar addicts. Most of us are addicts of food or entertainment or work. We're all addicts, right? So they create us to be addicts. The more and more you look at this stuff, and I don't care who you think you are and how clean you think you are and how you presented yourself to be, I guarantee you, you put me with any swami or any guru, let's spend a week together and we'll find each other's fucking flaws. Is what we're going to find. That's what we're going to find. And then you're just like, yeah, I really don't. I'm not too impressed. I'm not too impressed. Nor should you be too impressed with me, right? In other words, none of us should be bowing down to anybody or submitting ourselves to anybody, human or non-human. We need to start just valuing ourselves, realizing where we're at, and fight for ourselves, for our own personal sovereignty, our own existence, our right to have a real say in the matter, our own eternity. I mean, there's so many things I can say, but anyways, I have to, it's almost 3 a.m. and I have to get up in 5 hours and take my bro that I talked about earlier, who actually saw Bigfoot, but doesn't want, that 3 days when I had living hell, go get his car. So I have to get up in the morning, and then I got to find a chair because my chair was leaning in a 45-degree angle. Other horses, masks, nothing expensive. Then what else are I going to do? And then I'm hopefully supposed to come over and see about what kind of arrangements or payments I can get that athletic wheelchair, and because I'm going to fight to the bitter end. So, anyways, people, thank you for sticking around. Thank you for listening to me. I hope there's something to think about. Definitely, man. Definitely see you Saturday. And anybody else who hears this, just think about some of the things I said, and remember, fight for yourself, because no one else is going to do it.